Device not connected. 1 2 1 2 1 2. There we go. Hello, 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 hello. Is that better? There we go. Hello, everyone. Here we go. SGT. Hello, Mr. Brown. Like Poster. Unique. Ripper C. Seb's in. Ravix. Is that Singrin? Flo Van. How are we all? I need to put zoom in on you guys. There we go. Mats, hello from Sweden. Hello to Sweden. Mats. How's my hasty mix sounding here? I've just thrown the last 3 extendies I did together. That's working okay, that. Hello, Andrew from Ireland. Hello, Highway. Hello, Constantine. What were the vocals, SGT? Splice. I don't think I've worked with a dedicated vocalist since Tasia Sky wanted to go and pursue her own band thing. Stefan's in Orlando. What time is it there? We don't normally see the US pop in until I'm about to close the stream. Hello, Hendrix. I need to put my phone on Do Not Disturb. I always forget to do this. Let's call it 4 hours. I can't see myself going past that. I'm actually recovering from... Oh, it's only 1 p.m. Oh, right, okay. Recovering from a chest infection right now, so I don't know how long my voice will last. It's very scratchy. If you want to know the name of the vocal, I can already tell you because of the file name. It's 91V VHA. Put that in. Look in my samples library. Splice. It's from Vocal House Anthems, 91V WHA. There it is. This is the previous track, by the way. That's the one you're on about, right? Yeah, it is less common to find diva vocals like that. What I would call a diva vocal, a belting vocal. There's a lot more of this stuff where it's soft, breathy. So you find if you're doing chill, there's hundreds of those on Splice. Hi, Techum. Yes, Singrin. Yeah. I keep saying Singrin. I'm reading that as sing. I thought there was an N in there. Sorry. Is that Sigrin? Seren? Yes, but you're right. Yeah, you have to dig for the vocals. It's like any other sample library. You have to go digging, but they are in there. Luke says, "Get a dandelion and burdock down you." Yes. I bet. Does any of the countries have dandelion and burdock flavoured drinks, like soda type pop drinks? Surely that's a UK thing. I've never seen that anywhere else. Dandelion and burdock. Hello, Pedro. Siren. That makes sense. Oh, of course, Sigh. Yes. Thank you, Siren. There we go. Let's let some people get in there before we... Where are you again, Seb? Well, SJT's also got the chest infection. I thought people got ill in the winter. How does it happen in summer? Oh, you are UK, right? Yeah, thought so. Hello, Morrill. Welcome. Oh, this is a late mix out. I did just eyeball it. Could have took 30 seconds off that. Don't tell anyone. Don't tell Chicane I made this track. It's got that same type of riff in it. You'll hear it in a minute. Hello, Pedro. Barcelona. Living in Indonesia. Ah, you got kids. Yep. That makes sense. Definitely hits worse when you're older. Thing is, I wrote this about 3 years ago, which is I put a vocal to it this year. After I made one of my first videos, the one chord trick, I made this for that tutorial. Its working title was Tribute, Offshore or Chicane Tribute or something. I don't know if I've destroyed his career. He has talked about going after, well, I presume he was talking about going after Calvin for defamation. I hope he's not talking about me. I don't see where the case is personally, but you know. With enough money and enough lawyers, it's like this whole music business. I often cite the law of infinite probability, because we've only got 7 notes in a key. Most of the pop is in 4/4 time, so it's very similar to the law of infinite probability, which states if you have enough monkeys and enough typewriters, eventually one of them will type a line of Shakespeare. So whenever two people write a similar melody that's made out of very simple musical elements, I always say monkeys and typewriters. And I suppose Calvin's case is a bit, if you get enough lawyers and enough money in a room, I think someone will make a case. Thanks, Russi, however that's pronounced. You're very welcome. Oh, you can't stay. No problem. Thank you for popping by and giving the compliments. I hope the rest of your evening is wonderful. I should go after Calvin for this one. Yes. Hi, Binary Solo. You're joining later. No worries. I may see you. I was just saying, I don't know how long my voice will last. It's in not good shape. Hello, Army. Hello, Sultran. Any gliding bass presets in Vital? No, you're not sounding entitled at all. Gliding bass. Could you give me a genre type reference? I know how to glide bass in Vital. It just depends on what kind of sound you're after. Hello, BB Dell. Hello, Yama. Gliding bass preset. I did do, let me just check if I saved it. Let's put VST3 and save my CPU a little bit. Thanks, Pedro. You trade your soul for knowledge. Is this sorted by recent? This doesn't look recent. That was the Prodigy Space, Out Space Pad. Sync transit. Storm of Sand. I forgot to put that one in there. No. I'm trying to remember the name of the artist now. I made a gliding Reese type pad bass thing from. It's kind of all the rage at the moment. It's like a fifth hybrid organ Reese thing. I know, Seb, isn't it just? Mine was 3 years earlier, though. You think I've got a case? Just like the Calvin track. You know, it was very ironic that that came about. I was literally just doing an official remix for a client, or helping a client with an official remix, should I say, on the Calvin track when Nick posted that video. And I was going to make a different video last week, just a beginner's guide to how to mash up stuff, mash up bootleg kind of thing. And then Nick did the video, and I was like, "Oh, well, I've got the stems. I have to talk about this." Whatever the F, what? Just set it in mono, use portamento, and overlap MIDI. Correct. That's how you glide a bass, yes. I was trying to find a good example. What is that? That's the landlord. You need the right voicing for that to sound. Yeah, I thought I'd made the Reese type. But yeah, you just have to overlap along a sound, overlap the MIDI, turn glide on, and make sure it's in monophonic or one voice mode. Swedish Reese. That'll do for now. Alright, so it's already dull. Yeah. While we're here, we could do the other one I was talking about. It's not too hard to make. Sounds like I've got a chorus on. That's really all there is. All there is to it. Can anyone think of the name of the track? It was quite popular recently. It uses all this kind of stuff in it. I think it was a garage. Anyway. Yeah, there was a lately style bass. Recent bass, I think I called the patch. Hello, Chris. Are these vital presets for sale? The problem is they're kind of contextless, so it's just stuff I happen to like. I either stumble across things and I think, if I remember to save the patch, because I usually make patches from scratch every time. That was you know, that one reminded me of Outer Space. Can't remember the chords. So they're kind of out of they're out of context completely. But if people would pay for them, I suppose I should make a cheap pack or something of my maybe call them leftovers or something. Also, the other problem with these kind of presets is I usually I put third-party effects on after the fact, so the preset itself doesn't sound that inspiring because there's usually no reverb or delay or anything on them. You know, they're not really. Suppose that one has got reverb on it. What's that supposed to be? Try Prodigy stuff with this. Oh, right, okay. That makes more sense. Phase of the waveform. Yeah, I could do like a leftovers pack or something. I should probably get into the habit of saving more. Me trying to do one of my favorite video game soundtracks. Oh, that's the but yeah, if Calvin Scotch's side came out in that video, definitely. I thought it was quite funny. Am I allowed to admit it was funny, or does that put me in line for defamation as well? John Lennon stole your track from 2017. Excuse me if you hear any slurping in the background. I am. I have a cup of tea here. Well, I just did at the start of the respace. Sorry, Army. The chat's always a few seconds behind. I've just missed. Which one? The one I made out of that one. 3 wide detune, saw type things. That'll do. 119 up to give it the organ. Why have I got 2 filters in a row? Was I going for 48 dB? Is that the kind of glide bass you meant? Oh, I now have Serum installed. I half did it last live stream, didn't I? And I promised to have a look, and then we got sidetracked recording the hand pan. Yeah, Serum 2 is good. I've still not used it much. Obviously, no need for the most part. Most sounds aren't really that complex until you get really into, if you want to get into tear out dubstep, that kind of thing. Certain types of bass house, maybe. Drum and bass, maybe. But yeah, it's handy. The problem is it's been made worse in terms of, the best thing about Vital is how clean the interface is, and this whole drag and drop nature for any envelopes and stuff. Serum's now worse for that in the sense because it's now got more. You see, I thought one of the clever things with Vital was, say I've used up all 3 of my envelopes here. Let's put, like, this one on the filter, this one here. See, a 4th envelope appears there, which I can, and that just keeps happening. I can't remember the maximum. Maybe it's 8, 12. Never really needed it, but whereas Serum has everything all ready to go, so it's a lot more cluttered in terms of the interface. Finally got 2 filters in Serum, and the absolute best part above Vital is the fact that each filter has its own volume, which for some reason in Vital that never happened. I did petition on the forums quite often. This key tracking knob is actually technically useless because it's over here. You could just drag note tracking over here, and that gives you the same function. Just drag that over, so you don't need this. This could be a volume. I would love that to be a volume. Drive doesn't count because it's a form of distortion, saturation. So you can't really balance the filters how you would like. So at least Serum 2 now has 2 filters with a level each. And it finally got its 3rd oscillator. Because 2 was, as flexible as the original was, 2 was a little bit limiting. You do find yourself in Vital using all 3 quite a lot. And it's not because the wavetable is less flexible in any way, because it's not. Serum does come with great default wavetables, but I just imported them into Vital anyway. Look, they're all here. So that wasn't really an advantage. But yeah, 8 macros is good. Vital is fixed to 4. More of them don't appear. Lots of cool additions. And then this is probably the best part, the mix tab. Not only have you got filter levels independently, you can treat this more like a mixer for all of your separate sections, including busing, which is cool. And they remembered to leave the direct out free. Steve. Absolutely no complaints other than the interface, but I'm not going to criticize Steve Duda. Who made Vital? He's called Matt Title. He's actually done several synths. Is it Matt Tidal or Matt Title? Titel? He has a very good Not TED Talk. What's the audio equivalent of TED Talks? It's not GDC because that's Game Developers Conference. Is it ADC, Audio Developers Conference? Anyway, he's done a great talk about 3 years ago on something called anti-alias derivative. What's it called? Anti-aliasing derivative oscillators or something. I can't remember. It's how to code an oscillator so that it inherently doesn't doesn't alias. So you don't have to do ridiculous feats in oversampling and add latency and stuff like that. It's very clever. I presume Steve did something similar or I think I remember Steve talking about hiring someone to create aliasing-free oscillators because it's a big problem in software synths. Oh, Serum was definitely first. Yeah. Derivative synthesis. It's anti-alias derivative synthesis or something. But it's very clever. Hello, Curtis from Norway. Hello, Enrod740. Thanks for making life-changing content. Oh, you're welcome. Easily accessible for broke uni students. What are you studying? Please don't say music. Don't be buying me coffees while you're a student, please. Education is expensive enough. I was very lucky. So the first year I went to uni, they were still handing out government grants in the UK. So my first year was paid for. Then they removed the grants in my second year of university, and we were horrified because my family were quite poor, and the university fees were £1,000 for the year, and that was very expensive. And it was so expensive, in fact, at the end of the second year, the university got my exam results wrong. They gave me a 0 for performance. I was studying music and what was it? Popular music. Yeah, it was popular music and recording. It was called. It was like a hybrid engineering stroke sociology stroke music philosophy type. It was terrible. Anyway, yeah. So they got my exam results wrong, and the course was terrible anyway. So I said to my parents, I said, I don't think your money's worth. I'm not learning a lot. It felt like GCSE music, which is to those not from the UK. GCSE is our, we call it high school. 11, age 11 to 16, school. We call it high school here. GCSE is that exam. So it felt like the same exam again, but just with sociology attached. It was a very bad course. So I told my parents I don't think it's worth it. So in year 3, I quit. So luckily, I don't have any student loan. Well, I probably have a tiny bit of student loan debt, which I've never bothered paying off. Any advice on releasing music while you're broke, other than get your bread up? Yeah, super noodles or beans on toast. No, it's the actual releasing thing's not too bad. It's the thing that costs you most is time, right? So, I think if you go DistroKid or Ditto, any of those kind of services, it's what is it, 30, 40, 50 quid for the year? Unless you're doing cover songs, which are their own fee. So as long as you're not covering songs or remixing, if it's original material, there's a track limit on that, but I think it's like 100 tracks or something. You're not going to put 100 out in a year unless you're me. Hello from Wisconsin. Hello, Kick Peacock 3. So yeah, the actual expense of releasing is not that much. That's literally all you need is a digital distributor account. You can sign up as an artist, self-releasing artist. You don't have to be like form a label or any kind of legal entity like that. You could put a label name down if you want to make up your own and just act as that label for self-release. That's kind of what my manager does. We release under a label name called Mixrupt. I think they still do that. Actually, I've not checked recently. It was Mixrupt anyway. That was my manager's name. Mr. Brown was one of the last students to receive the full grant. But yeah, Wiz, it's not that expensive to actually do the releasing. It's the time filling out the forms and finding your artwork from. Actually, that's not too bad now with AI. Not to put artists out of work, but again, if you're broke, you've kind of got to do that to begin with. Free services like Canva are great for designing your covers. It's got built-in AI stuff. Hello, Ali from Brazil. Everyone in tonight. What are we looking at? Numbers 86. Angry Panda. Hello. Iton. Hello. Oh, Minneapolis. You don't do dance music, but you've learned a lot from the channel. That's great to hear. There was a few people commented on the Calvin video actually saying I don't understand music, but this was very easy to understand. So that was encouraging. DistroQuid is only $20 per year. Is it for the artist pass? Mine's just on auto rotate now, so I don't know which one I've got. And then my manager's got probably the bigger account for handling multiple artists because we do release under several names. Do I release 100 tracks a year co-production? Let me work it out. So personally, I put 3 out a week. I'll try to. Yeah, so that's 156 under my own name a year. And then I've got it's realistically it's 2 regular other clients at the moment on for co-production. Technically a ghost, but technically not. A lot of you will see me. I'm getting tagged in a lot of Mr. Jam videos recently, so that I didn't know if that was actually a ghost gig. The agreement wasn't clear, but I'm helping Jam out with all of his latest stuff. Mr. Jam. So that's one thing at the moment. That's so for everyone else, I finish at least 1 a week. So that's another. Whether those get released though, because most of my clients still use labels and stuff, and it's a much slower process. And then a label will tell you you're not allowed to release on another label within 6 weeks of releasing with us, kind of thing. So they don't get anywhere near out the same amount of tracks that I do. But having said that, they are more thoroughly produced, whereas mine are just kind of ideas that I throw out. Yeah, I put out probably about 250 tracks. Well, between 200 and 250 tracks a year, I think. You want my insight on AI? Well, it's all very interesting, isn't it? What angle? Am I really that old, Mr. Brown? Yeah, I'm mid-40s. Yeah. If you were the last, if you're UK and you were the last to have to come through all 3 years with the full grant, then you'll be able to work out my age. But I don't know why I don't like saying it out directly loud, because I just figure the more information out there, the more easy it is for someone to dox me or hack me. I'm probably more paranoid about hacks and stuff like that. Am I ghost producing? Yes, Pedro. Yes, that's half. I'd say half. It's probably split 50-50. Half my income is ghost. Half my income is directly from my personal releases under names like Bthelick and stuff like that. Mostly Bthelick. I don't really. Thoughts on Hypedit? Is that still going? Or is that a new AI thing? There used to be a music aggregator called Hypedit. Oh, BA Honours. Angry Panda. Bachelor of Arts, for anyone that doesn't know what the BA stands for. Yeah, I have plenty of people message me on DMs on Instagram, and lots of them ask about should they take a music course, and it's quite a complex question, but usually I would say if you want to do a music course, well, informal education anyway, if I wouldn't advise one if you think it's going to lead to a career, because they're not usually equipped, to handle. They're very not related to the real world in many ways. Far too behind, because it takes years to pass a syllabus through a exam board, and all the scenarios they present are kind of. Obviously, you'll learn things, but you'll just be very far behind the curve compared to just watching recent YouTube videos. Not just by myself, of course, but anyway. Yeah, so I don't think if it's the only way you can be disciplined to learn things by, it's a bit like a gym membership, right? If you've paid the money, you're probably more likely to go than doing your exercise at home, which is also perfectly possible if you've got the space, etc. So if it's that kind of thing, you need a disciplined environment to be able to regularly make the time for that, then that's the main reason you would do some kind of music course. But I wouldn't expect it the qualification itself is kind of worthless. There's no studio, no band, there's very, 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 very few music careers that are going to require an actual qualification. Most people with degrees and beyond become teachers of music. They don't actually end up making a living from the music itself. Skyfall is 63. Welcome. How's that going? I like that I've got an older audience, because I don't have the attention span of the younger people. I can't keep them engaged, and I can't keep up with conversations. When I say younger, I mean kind of 18 below. I'm also a gamer, so I do gel with some of the kind of 20 and up crowd. I know some of the language. What's my what track am I most favorite? What am I most proud of? Asks Nick. Good question. The hardest bit's remembering the names. Because the names I give them on my hard drive aren't the names that get released. And then sometimes there's months between it going in the queue from being released to... There's months between me finishing the track and then it goes in the queue and then eventually it gets released. and then my manager Johnny will find a appropriate name for it, other than chill house in G minor, 122 BPM, and yeah, and I'll often forget that A, it was released, and B, what the real name was. But obviously, I like the more. It probably doesn't qualify as good dance music, but I like the ones which are more interesting chords. I think I labeled them Wonder Scale, because I call it the Wonder Scale. Oh, that was one. The Cascade Tribute. That kind of thing. Cascade Deadmau5 vibe. I just like chords like these. I am going to work with a friend's... my friend's married to a kind of jazz vocalist. I'm thinking of working with her, because she'll be able to vocal these chords. Wow, this is 4 years old. I can't remember what this got released as. It might be Wonderful World, I think. What was the... Yeah, I've got a few favourites. They're all kind of nerdy chord things, though. I don't know if they're good songs or good dance music. I'm wondering why I made this 117 BPM. Probably just what the mood was in at the time. Are there any good alternatives to Splice? Quite possibly. I don't know. I'm already paying, so it's kind of a self-fulfilling... Actually, I tell a lie. I did buy a Loop Cloud subscription a few months ago. I was going to do a video comparing the two, so keep an eye out on the channel. Curious is in North Korea. How is that possible? Bjorn wants to know, is 30 years old young or old? Well, judging by a lot of the numbers coming through on my chat here, I reckon they would say you were young. I remember when I turned 30, I had a little wobble. What I would call a wobble. RME, you cancelled your Loop Cloud. Any reason? I was going to say North Korea aren't allowed on the internet, are they? And then I've done a document. I actually helped with. Here's a fun fact while we're talking about North Korea. So my first IMDb credit. Speaking of probably doxing myself in terms of. Anyway, there was a documentary about North Korea, and Dennis Rodman, the basketball player, his trip over there because Kim Jong-un liked basketball, and there was this kind of attempt to bridge the peace between North Korea and America by holding a basketball tournament there. It's all very strange. Sponsored by Paddy Power, the betting agency. It's the most bizarre story. So I helped with the soundtrack on that film. And yeah, it was called The Big Bang in Pyongyang. Don't ask me how to spell that, but so yeah, I actually know quite a few things about North Korea because of that documentary. That I had to scroll through for hours on end trying to match sounds, and I mean, obviously that was I think Kim Jong Un is still the leader, right? He succeeded Kim Jong Il, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing any of those correctly, but oh, sorry, I'm just catching up with Curious here. We love your channel. Much love from Wonsan, Gangwon Province, North Korea. We use VPNs. Oh, wow. Oh, so it is possible. I thought they'd have... that's incredible. Welcome. I'm just very glad to hear you have access to the wider world. Which is fantastic. Welcome. Glad to have you. Oh, you only RME only uses Arcade. That's why you got rid of your Loop Cloud. Yeah, I can't afford many subscriptions either. I actually don't. I'm very thrifty in that sense. I don't pay for anything else apart from Splice. That's literally my only subscription, I think. Because I have Steven Slate plugins, but I just buy them piecemeal. I just buy each one that I want for 150 or 200 whenever that comes out. Yeah, so to answer the question, is there any good alternatives to Splice? A, what's the problem with Splice? B, yes, Loop Cloud apparently is okay. Skyfall's verdict is Loop Cloud isn't terrible. The bass is fat. You think, well, on this track, Army. Press X to doubt. The Roland Cloud is too buggy, is it, Nick? If you're asking what the bass was on this, let's find out, shall we? This is 4 years old, so let me find out if it's... This might be... it's probably Sylinth, if it's not... why? Oh, sorry. Do, 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 do. I really like the way the, speaking of tracks I'm proud of, I really like the way the Stutter House thing came out. That took a very long time to make the track though, because I was making videos on it at the same time, which is a weird thing for me. Bass on this is... Let's have a look. Oh, it's part of a plot because I've got bass options, as you can see. I've lined myself up 8 different bass sounds I could have used on this track or something. Oh, and it won't import them. That's interesting. Which one is... So yeah, these will probably be Sylinth, I'm guessing, if I remember rightly. Yep, there we go. Well, that's a sub. That should just be a sine wave. Oh, no, it's a filtered I wonder which bass I used out of these 8. We shall investigate. And hope things don't crash, because I've got a lot of... it's doing a lot of thinking. So it's not that one. That was wavetable. Actually, a lot of this might be wavetable, thinking about it. So Rus bass is short for Russian bass. This was around the time there was a movement coming out of Russia, which eventually became called Slap House. So it's not that one. I don't know what a Tark bass is. I presume that's the name of one of the references. Ah, there we go. I've used Tark bass. Again, it's just... it's a square wave in wavetable. Bit of reverb, stereo faker, the usual. This will have been the sidechain. Yeah. Just a square wave. Anything special? Oh, I'm driving a OSR filter, which is very cool. I like the filters inside of Ableton. They do have good flavors. I can't remember what they're modeled on, the 4 filters. The guy that modeled these made the glue compressor. It's his plugins are called is it Semantics? Cymatics or something? Very good coder. Yeah, so was that the first harmonic or so is on? Yeah, that's all it is. The reverb's doing quite a lot of work. Proto rack, just on a very short early reflections algorithm. Helping with the brightness and the width. Yeah, that's all it is. I've been getting a lot of questions about how do you get that pro bass sound, and I think a lot of the time what they're just referring to is the fact that because there's no, I'm not doing anything special. It's just separate your sub and your top bass and then get the levels right, really, and the sidechains right, of course. There's not really a lot of secret to it. If you're struggling for bass, you just need to reference a lot more. Obviously, it helps if you've got a decent environment to reference in. In fact, funny story. I was in the studio the other night with a client, and we were struggling. The bass was feeling empty. But then we only noticed it was only empty when it hit one particular note, which is always a red flag. So I was checking it wasn't cancelling somehow with the kick drum or something. And it wasn't. And then we found out it was only cancelling on one particular note. It was B, the high B, and the track was in B, so this was a problem. And we found out, yeah, it was someone had accidentally kicked the subwoofer into a different place. So somewhere between the my monitors and the sub, the phase had been moved out of position just for that one note. Because if we measured it on span, all the notes were equal volume, in terms of sub sine wave frequency. So straight away we knew there was something wrong with either the speakers or the room. And this is a very, very heavily treated floating room as well. I've got at the studio, not where I'm speaking from now, but anyway. Cytomic, thank you, Manu. Yes, not cymatics. Yeah. Hello, Clement from Albania. We do have a motley crew in tonight. Excuse me. The question is brown sauce or ketchup? Who are you asking? The crowd? Depends on what I have both, but not a lot. Do I sidechain the sub only? I sidechain the. Sometimes I only sidechain the sub. That's actually quite rare though. But I definitely sidechain the sub more. So the whole point of how did I solve? Sorry, left you hanging there on the subwoofer story. How did I solve it? We moved the subwoofer back to its original position. And while I was there with fresh ears, I tweaked the filter as well. The crossover filter on it. Because we're running the tops as full range, but the subs was the sub is filtered below. It was about 55 hertz, I think it was. Yeah. So on the side chain front. Yes, I usually the whole reason you would sidechain your sub and your bass separately is because they're interfering with two different parts of the kick drum, right? So, doesn't matter what the kick is. Let me just grab one. Let's load up RX. So we can see just for visuals, samples, any kick, doesn't matter. Let's just grab what's in here. Oh, that's not a kick. That's kickless. Oh. It's not a great kick drum. I say.
Kick back when you fake like
God.
that.
Okay, let's pick from an actual. I want to pick something with. That's kind of in the middle. An average, middling kick drum from Mark Knight there. Can I? Yeah, we go. Right, so I don't know if you've ever seen a spectrogram like this before. But yeah, so if you imagine, say, this section here, what we're looking at, actually, that's not very good. Let me zoom in. Let me zoom in from. This might be too far. Let me just. Come on now. Can I scroll? One of the modifiers. Nope. Let's just get down here. Right. This is more like it. That's pretty good. Right. So, as you can see, the fundamental of this kick all exists below about 70 hertz. So imagine your track's in A. You all know we tune to A440, right? So 440 is A. So if you half that, 220, half it again, 110. That's kind of your upper bass range. Your sub range would be 55. So just, you can clearly see where the octave divide would be, 55 to 110. So your sub's going to be, if you're in A, your sub will be around 55, depending on whether you've got a chord progression or not, etc. And then your upper bass starts from about 110. So when side chaining, in terms of length of time, the 55 hertz of your sub needs to be out of the way for this length of time. And preferably a little bit longer. The scale of this isn't, this is only 300 milliseconds. So imagine this is just over half a bar, probably about here. This might be half a beat. That might be like half a beat, which would be, an eighth. Anyway, but as you can see, if you ignore all this up here, which is kind of harmonic noise, the sidechain of your upper bass only has to be out of the way for this length of time. Like 0.0200 milliseconds, not 300, 250 milliseconds. So like 1/10 of the time. So you could get away with, again, there's a groove consideration as well. You might want to sidechain your upper bass for groove. It depends how important the transient of your kick is. If it's a really punchy, deliberately aggressive kick that you need to hear the click of at the very beginning, the white noise at the beginning, the transient, all this up here, should be able to hear it. Let me highlight. Where's the thing that lets you hear what you're highlighting? Is it this? Yeah, there you go. So there's your transient. You might want that to come through. So you'll be sidechaining for that reason, not just for headroom reasons, aesthetics. Or you might deliberately have it on a very long recovery, just again for groove. You want it to kind of pump or suck, however you want to term that. Especially when you've got like a rolling bass part, like a do 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 do. You want that to be going do 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 do, right? So, yeah, it's all kinds of reasons, but the main reason in terms of mastering headroom, a clean low end to separate your sub and your upper bass is for so you can sidechain for those completely different lengths of time. So when you're sidechaining from the kick, you don't want to send the same signal to both basses. In Ableton, that looks like, if you're just using the inbuilt compressor, for example. So you turn your sidechain on. You've also got, on by default, is this EQ. Notice that's high pass. That's a high pass filter at 80 hertz. So for your sub, that's not going to be accurate enough. You're either going to want to turn that all the way down or get rid of the filter entirely. So you're getting all of the sub. And then for your upper bass, again, depending on where your key is, you want to find roughly where your crossover is to sidechain from. And if I actually put, let's grab that kick. You'll see what happens to the kick timing. Let's just throw a kick drum in. The same one. Why not? Let's just mute that for a minute. Oops. Oh yeah, be careful of this, by the way. Velocity sensitivity is turned on by default, so the kick drum sample you've just dragged in will be more than full volume. Because I think the default MIDI value is 100, is it? 100. Yep. So that would be, I think this velocity sensitivity is at I think you're at normal volume when you're at 64 or 65 MIDI. Anyway, so I just turn that off if you want the original sample volume. You could hear it clip there, right? Whoops. So we don't want that. Let's just go to our... Where's our... What did I sidechain? Did I delete the... No, there we go. So let's sidechain from that that track. Make sure peak is on, not RMS. RMS is an average. So if you observe this shape, while we're high passed in the sidechain filter, the sidechain of the sidechain, say 120, 10, what I did say earlier, 110, if you're in A or below. Whereas at full down there, you can see the sidechain is, we're having to be out of the way for a lot longer. Completely different shape versus that. So that's why you separate sub and upper bass, and then that's why you sidechain differently. But yeah, that's the long answer to that question. Hope that makes sense. What do I say about Shaper Box? You can multiband that, can't you? Yeah, so for that kind of thing, again, similar thing to be aware of. So, you know, I like to use a plugin like STFU. Same idea to Shaper Box. I like to put one on the kick. Not to sidechain it, but just so I can measure it visually. So we'll just get rid of the envelope here. You've got a rough idea what the total level is across all frequencies. Remember, this is a two-dimensional measurement, so you have to be careful. So worst case scenario for your sub is the opposite curve of this, right? So we're probably done by about halfway. We can get away with a little about here, and we need to be completely out of the way of the transient for about that long, right? So this would be a rough, and you probably need to do this at the end to stop it clicking. Stop it creating square waves. So that's a rough, that's the curve you would put on your sub to be completely out of the way, and then obviously adjust by ear. But then you need to measure roughly what is the shape for your upper bass, because it's not going to be this. So if we put an EQ before this STFU, now this isn't a great indication, because we're going to end up with, especially on a steep curve, we're going to end up with filter ringing. So it's going to lengthen our kick drum, you'll notice, which is a false measurement, but it'll give you a clue. So if I put this about 100, 100 here, you can see that's the curve you would now need to go with for your upper bass, and you could probably ignore this section because that's probably part of the filter ringing. So yeah, you just have to be aware of the Shaper Box actually does it map its bands to the incoming frequencies, or are they global? Are they full band? I can't remember if Shaper Box. Did I buy it? I might own a license and have never installed it. I've got the I've got the internal one. No, don't think so. I think I own a license for it, but yeah. So you just have to be aware of the spectrum and time, the spectrum of over time, because these measurements they're not that useful, are they? Because they only show you total voltage, total level. They're not really showing you what's going on in the sound or which bits you need to sidechain from. I know, yes, Mr. Brown, I know Shaper Box is multiband, but is the sidechain on its input also multiband, if you know what I mean? So if you were to set a low band to a sidechain, does it only listen to the low frequencies, or does it listen to the full band? I can't remember. Oh, Matt, yes. I mean, browsing anything from Ableton's sample browser is a nightmare since version 9 onwards. Get this, right? If I was to type in kick drum in version 8 and then go to my sample library, it would just show me the kick.wavs. It would just show me the list. I wouldn't have a list of folders that I need to open. I have no idea why they did this. I still need to check if 12 has solved this. I pray every new version that this will be solved, but I'm so busy. I've still not got round to trying 12. Seb, are you saying it's multiband on it listens to the separate bands as sidechains? Shape a box. If so, then yes, that will do it for you. And while we're on the subject, we've also got there's also plugins like this. Although I need to have a word with Mr. Ewan Bristow, because this one isn't that reliable. Sorry, plug data effect. So I could sidechain from the kick drum. Flora Lite is a free version of Track Spacer. So this will sidechain. This is a spectral sidechain. You can sidechain literally the frequencies. I'll be using this in the next video actually to sidechain a vocal when I'm mashing up 2 tracks. The only problem with a full spectral sidechain is it, as technically perfect as it is on paper, obviously they employ a lot of filters to be able to do this, and even with the smoothing on, the resulting sound isn't exactly what you'd think. It's a very drastic effect. It doesn't often just sound as good. But anyway, there's all your sidechain options, including Shaper Box, apparently. Oh, you can select frequencies on the sidechain. Okay, good. Yeah, so you could probably do all that within Shaper Box, yeah. Sample searching on Logic is way worse. Is it? I know they added a loop browser, but you can't play the sample while playing the project. Oh my god, really? Oh, that's a deal breaker for me. I think that's where Ableton really leapt ahead. And we're talking like, what? Is it 15 years ago? So at least the loops directly from the browser, it will already have an estimate as to what the tempo is. And it will let you audition live. Thank goodness. There's my top loops. So not only do you get to audition alongside your project, it's already been put in time, which, considering when this came out, was way, way ahead of its time. We've got another North Korean? Logs? Hello? What is happening here? Doesn't multiband sidechaining cause phasing issues at the low end? It's possible, yes. It depends how depends how the bands have been split. What do I think about Bitwig? I think Bitwig looks great. That was some of the Ableton original crew that defected and went to their own door, roughly around the time of Ableton 8, if I remember rightly. Because yes, I nearly went for Bitwig because Ableton 8 was feeling very cluttered, and it was a shadow of its former self. Ableton 4, 5, and 6 was so streamlined, extremely basic, but extremely fast. And by Ableton 8, it felt like they were listening to too many people that were trying to make it. Everyone who was coming from other doors just wanted Ableton to be more like Logic and Cubase. So we got the ability to freeze and stuff like that, which I know sounds like a silly complaint, but up until version 7 or 8, literally everything in Ableton Live was live. There was never a progress bar across the screen until you clicked mix down. Everything you did was live. So you could actually DJ with the thing. You could add plugins. It would just do everything live for you, and there was no interruptions. Which obviously has its opposite problems because it means you can't do certain things. It would introduce latency, like full delay compensation or other things. But it still can do a bit of that now, and I think Live 10 was a good kind of cleanup of that. But yeah, about the time of Ableton 8, I was particularly miffed, annoyed with Ableton's state, especially when 9 came out with the search bar changes, which I've just ranted about. So I was considering Bitwig, but I was already professional by that point, and I had so many clients work inside of I moved from Cubase to Ableton in about, when was it, 2008? Maybe 2010. I kind of fully made the move. So all my clients' work was now in Ableton. And I actually did speak with the Bitwig guys on a forum, I think, or it might have been email support. And I was saying, seeing as you are ex-Ableton, what is the chance of a session converter? Even just a basic one, so that all my audio and MIDI is in the same position, so I can convert my sessions across to Bitwig. Because there was actually other software around at the time, third-party software, which you could get, which would convert your Pro Tools sessions to Cubase or vice versa. I can't remember which DAWs it supported, but it was, again, it wouldn't bring your plugins across or anything specific to the DAW, but it would keep your MIDI and audio positions, and I thought that was a game changer at the time. So I said, could you do something like that? And the Bitwig guy said no. And also the early days of Bitwig, it didn't have any ways of manipulating groove. You couldn't swing, for example. Massive deal breaker. So I didn't move over in the end, and yeah, I think if Windows gets continuously more horrible and we all end up forced onto Linux, if we don't go Mac, then Bitwig's a real... Bitwig looks like the best option. In terms of Ableton type speed, obviously, I've got to see people in the chat mentioning Reaper. Yes, not for speed though. Reaper's great for every possible option that every DAW should have. But for the same reason, it's obviously not the workflow is nowhere near as quick. And obviously, I'm making my career inside of Ableton, so I ain't going to move anytime soon because it's working. Everyone's talking about phasing. What was the question? What about it? Did this stem from the? Yeah, I don't think I finished talking about the phase of. It depends how Shaperbox separates its bands. What type of filters it uses. It might introduce phasing of its own. Well, technically, all processors that work on some kind of spectrum, that work on frequency manipulation, have to work with. They do manipulate phase, so in some fashion, that's kind of how the whole EQ thing works, and filters, crossovers. It's all done with phase cancelling. So, yes, they will. I imagine Shaperbox introduces phase in some fashion, but no different to most other things. Stuff like STFU shouldn't affect phase volume envelopes. That should be technically cleaner. Or a sidechain like, anything whole band, like the sidechain on the compressor. We were talking about. The sidechain inside of the compressor's sidechain, the sidechain of the sidechain, this internal filter here, that will have phase implications, but not in the resulting signal, just on what's being fed to the detection algorithm, to the detector signal. Obviously, I doubt they've used a linear phase high pass filter for that purpose. It wouldn't be a lot of point, and it'd be very dangerous in low frequencies because that adds extra ringing. Excuse me. Do I use any hardware? I have a MIDI keyboard to the side of me, a little Roland. I say little, massive Roland. A full piano-sized, old school. What is this? X8, Phantom X8. That's my only hardware. I do technically own a Moog Matriarch, but I'm keeping that in the box. I figured I would buy one because it was the last synth made in the original factory. So it has the potential to appreciate in value. I work too fast to really use a lot of hardware. I've got a Ableton push for pad triggering. It's not plugged in right now, actually. But no, I've not felt the need. I don't have confirmation of this, but back in the day, I was potentially the first person to launch an entirely in the box studio. My studio was called Plugin Studios. Because I spent a lot on the mic preamps, obviously, to get good signals into the box when recording live music. That's obviously essential. But once it was in, it stayed, and that was very rare for the time I did it. Do I use session mode? Yeah, all the time. All the time. Actually, let me show you. Can I bring them in? Probably. I can't remember. What do we call the sessions? Some are called chromatic. Yeah, I think. Oh, there we go. Yeah, any of these will do. Hopefully I should just be able to drag this in. I don't know how many tracks are on it, but we'll just pray it's a small session and it doesn't crash. The reason I've stuck with a Phantom X8, by the way, is the action. I love the piano action on it. So, speaking of session mode, you'll see oh, it's not brought in the names. But what I like to do is me and my manager will often brainstorm inside of genres, a lot of splice samples, and we'll do it per key in the circle of fifths. So so yeah, found this sample in D minor. And then you go around in the circle of fifths. So the next one is G. Just make a quick idea on that, basically. So in this case, I found the vocal. What's this? Heavily time-stretched soul sample. Made my own bass line to it. Using that ample sound bass. So then we get that together, that's nice. Maybe find some alternate vocals for other sections. Then we move on to G. What samples are available in G that are inspiring? Make a loop based around that. Most of the same drums, unless we need a distinct groove.
The way I move, I make.
Yes, sir.
The way I move, I make you give up your girl, give up your girlfriend.
And all the groups are pre-side chained, so they're over here. Groups are pre-side chained. This is actually initially set up as a live performance thing, trying to make tracks live. So everything's got like a filter on it and stuff. And then we move on. Next one in the key would be C. What samples are available in C minor? We're a bit fast here. And then round and round. See what we can get in each key. And so on and so on. We're trying to get all 12 keys done.
I know where you've been. You like to get messy when you out with your friends. I'm not scared to say that I'm in.
If you've seen my releases of late, you'll notice a batch of them about sometime in March, I think, or February, where all this soulful vibe. That's where this came from.
Baby, can you hear my heart?
that's how they start. Oh yeah, alternate rock.
I got this feeling deep in my bones for you. I don't wanna feel like I'm lonely.
And so on. That one became part of the groove tutorial.
Call me up when you're sober, when you shower and change. Promise there's no hurt and there's no thrones tonight.
And so on and so on.
I've been so low, I'm better off on my own. Dancing around in my tight dress, I'm feeling myself at the mall, breaking their neck. Just look at me,
There we go. So by the end of the session, you've got, that might take 2 evenings or something. You've got the basis of 12 tracks. Come back with fresh ears. It's really clear which ones are really good compared to the others. And then drag them into a new session, make an arrangement, and done. So you do that for, I think we're on number 9 right now. Different genres, trying different things. Just a great way to get started. Basically another type of plot. Yeah, it is very 70s disco. What display monitor do I have? I'm 1440p. And I don't like, I actually had sometime around COVID, I had a bit of an eye thing where it looked like I was getting flickering in one eye. So I went to an optician's and they thought I might be having ocular migraines, they called it. So that was the theory anyway. And he asked me, do you work on computers? I said, yes. He says, you're probably staring at one distance for too long. He said, so stop that. So I've bought a 32-inch monitor, 1440p, so I could place it a lot further back so my eyes aren't strained trying to look at it too close. 32 inches is plenty. Or to be honest, you can get some very good low latency TVs now. 40-inch TVs if you want to place it even further back. But yeah, those will be 4K and Ableton will look very small. You're correct. But Ableton does have its own scaling, don't forget. You don't have to have it at the default. Where are we? Look and feel. There you go. You've got a 200% zoom built in. You don't have to have it at the default of your operating system. Anyway, sorry, I can't remember who asked, but that's how I use Session View sometimes. Can I show you the Afro one? Yes, I can. Again, depends how many tracks are inside the session. We will... if you lose a stream, you know it crashed. Fingers crossed. Oh, I saw contact load. What's contact loading? My master is always red. You know this. Oh, there's the Adam Port reference. Obviously, one of the bigger tracks at the time. How many tracks did we get done for Afro? Looks like another 12. What key did we start in? Started on D again for some reason.
I have no fears to tell my love if you don't for you, just I can hear.
Oops.
Laid off for you, just I can hear more lies than they said. They don't tell you who they are. I know that.
Oh yeah, I found that sax line. It sounds like a Laws on Dance. Actually, let me put all this inside of the group. So I can sidechain my vocal. So that's G. What do we do for C?
You be mine, oh. Make I get that for you. You be mine, oh. Girl, I get that for you. You be mine, oh. You be mine, oh. Girl, you be mine, too. Turn all the lights on. All the lights. Turn all the lights on.
What else?
You looking pretty, put it down on me. I make you happy, put a smile on you. When we did it, look, really dance on me. Baby, let us run things. All them designers I will buy for you. And I'll buy more.
I like that one.
Tell me what I wouldn't do for you, girl. Girl, all I want from you is your trust. Your trust. Yeah, your trust. Yeah, your trust.
Couldn't find a vocal for that key apparently. D sharp minor. Have to find a D or an E and pitch it up or down.
It doesn't really feel like a one-time thing. Looking at you breathe, I'd do anything.
You can hear potential for sections. Oh yeah, this one was never finished.
I don't want me wahala, yeah, I just want for party. Pretty ladies come around and move your sexy body. Champagne just dip pop, 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 and we are getting nuts.
I need to finish this one.
Till the morning comes.
Kiwi in.
I don't want me wahala, yeah, I just want for party. Pretty ladies come around and
B.
move your sexy body. Champagne just dip pop, 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 and we are getting nuts. Till the morning comes. Till the morning comes.
The harmonies on that vocal are really good. They're doing 1664, 1667.
I don't want me wahala, yeah, I just want for party. Pretty ladies come.
I like that. And then you can keep the bass on the one.
I don't want me wahala, yeah, I just want for party. Pretty ladies come around and move your sexy body.
Need to do something with that one. I think that one went out. There you go. Cornell. That clipping on the master isn't an issue. No, it's not. You're welcome. Why, who's complaining? All doors have a built-in clipper. It's not just Ableton, Seb. It's not the door that's clipping. It's when the sound gets converted from virtual 32-bit to analog. Well, first of all, it has to go to 24-bit. Therefore, you're no longer in floating point. So therefore, it has a ceiling. Therefore, it clips. And and then it gets converted to analog from 24-bit because that's a fixed voltage range. Yeah, I used to do this in Cubase. It's nothing specific to Ableton. I used to do it in Cubase when I was on that, and you'll find it in every other DAW apart from FL Studio, because if you're using FL Studio's built-in driver, it has a built-in limiter, so you have to turn that off, and then FL behaves the same as every other DAW. Internet is clipping. Why does clipping get a bad reputation? Because it technically it is the absolute worst kind of distortion. So how do I explain this? Let me delete some things. Let's go back to, yeah, that. Red means go. Red means release. No, I'm joking. I don't recommend it lightly. I did say this in the video. It's not clip or don't clip. It's use your ears, because I had a client I was working with, when was it? About 2014, 2015. And I was, oh yeah, that was it. So I had a catastrophic accident where I lost it's a drunken accident. I brought a massive brick or concrete slab down onto my leg, and it took my knee out and destroyed all my ligaments. And I couldn't move for about 3 months. So one of my clients at the time he'd watched me doing the red light thing, so he just, without using his ears, he just presumed any kind of distortion was fine. So because I couldn't work at the time, he had the record label were pressuring him to put a single out, so he did it himself, and he let it clip, but he didn't use his ears, and it was really distorted. It sounded bad, but the problem was he couldn't hear the difference. He just thought because I did it that he must be fine. So, yeah. So don't just clip for the sake of clipping because I've said it's fine. You still have to have the ability to detect distortion, and I'll go into why that distortion is bad. Sorry I can't remember who asked the question, but so let's take quickly. Oh, thank you for the donation, Reverband. 25. What's PLN as a currency? You'll have to let me know. Thank you very much. I will answer your question next. The David Attenborough of audio engineering. Well, I hope you find it fascinating. I don't know. Just a geek, I suppose. So clipping. Let me just turn all these off. Let's go to span. Right, so sound. Real sound, doesn't matter what it is, has the potential. Let's take this, take the filters off this saw wave. So there's a thing called the harmonic series, right? Which is a phenomenon in sound whereby the pitch we hear is this one at the bottom. That's what we hear as a note. That's called the fundamental. So in this case, about 200 hertz, 190 odd. And then you'll notice there's a bunch of harmonics there off. One at the octave. So I'm holding a C down right now. So this is the C above that C. This is the one we can hear. Then there's one here. Then there's another one up here. There's a harmonic in the middle, which is a fifth, which is a G. That one, right? So it goes C, C, G, C. Then we get another harmonic here, which is going to be an E. Then another G, and so on and so on. There's a natural sound has a natural harmonic series, providing it's a musical sound. Obviously, there's other sounds which are noise based, like drums, that don't have distinguishable pitch. They don't have this harmonic series. But basically, in general, if I whack this mug and it makes a ringing sound, you can hear it. It's got a note, right? That will give off the same harmonics as everything else. It's just in different proportions and different amounts over time. That's what creates different sounds. That's why we hear sounds differently. That's what creates what's called the timbre. And this harmonic series potentially goes on infinitely. Especially if it's generated like a saw wave like this. Let me make a more pure saw wave. Have I got any other? Oh, here we go. Sorry. There we go. So the problem is any sound that goes above the spectrum of the digital realm, which is half your sample rate. So for example, my sample rate, I just run at 44.1 kilohertz, the original, as it were, the original CD quality rate. If we go to my audio settings here, 44.1 thousand. That's my sample rate of my. I always run at that. So when you've got good converters in your sound card, you don't need anything else. But that's a separate subject. So half 44.1 is about 22 kilohertz, which is about the range of the human hearing system. Especially a very, very young person or someone who's just been born. We kind of lose frequencies over time, right? So 22 kilohertz is plenty to capture and represent all real sound that a human could detect. That's why 44.1 is a thing. It's just enough to capture all human sound, or reproduce, should I say, all sounds that a human can appreciate. Not so much cats or dogs, but anyway, the problem is when a sound exceeds that range, which it can easily do, either when you're recording a real sound or say something like this saw wave, when it exceeds that range above 22 kilohertz, what happens in the digital domain is something called aliasing. You'll hear about this in computer graphics as well. So an alias is like a ghost. It's like a phantom thing that wasn't there originally, that's been generated by accident. It's an artifact of the digital domain. So what happens is when a sound goes above the digital limitation of 22 kilohertz, it mirrors itself backwards. So if your original, say you've got quite a high pitch up here, if this oscillator didn't have what's called anti-aliasing built in, you would see mirror tones bouncing back below it. And in fact, you'll see on some distortions that don't have good aliasing protection, you'll see distortions generating harmonics that go lower than your original pitch. And the problem with that type of distortion, aliasing distortion, is it's not related to the original sound. Because if my pitch, if my note, my C here is at, say, 400 hertz, that has to be related. It's no longer, when it bounces back off 22 kilohertz, 22.05 or whatever the limit is, when it bounces back off that, it's no longer related to my 400 note C here. It's at some other random side tone, one that doesn't exist in our musical scale, usually. So that sounds very unmusical. It sounds very harsh. It sounds very grating. It sounds very brittle. It's a very unnatural type of distortion. And when you clip a sound, you create a square wave, right? So because everything suddenly turns to zeros, it's a temporary square wave. And when you create a square wave, you create infinite harmonics, as does a square wave. Same problem as a saw wave, right? So let's just go to the normal normal square wave. There you are. You see, it's a different harmonic structure. There's no second harmonic, but you can see square waves also have infinite harmonics. So when you clip a sound, you're generating the worst possible type of distortion you can get because it's not related to the pitch of the original instrument, So it's a purely digital artifact type of distortion. It's not like overdrive or saturation or any of these other musical types of distortion, which are all based on the types of harmonics of the original sound. Clipping is infinite square wave harmonics, and it creates aliasing. So that's why clipping is bad. The reason I get away with it is because I'm never clipping for sustained amounts of time. So I hope that yes, I hope that makes sense. Right, Riverband 303. Why dub techno chords sound like dub techno? What's the theory behind them? The chords. Can you give me a reference to an artist you think represents dub techno well? Let me just have a quick listen. Let's get to the section of the evening where we get demonetized. In fact, while you type that, I just quickly need to go and get a glass of water. Bear with. Let's put some hold music on. One sec. Hello, right. Has Riverband replied yet? Sorry. Let's have a look. That's Polish currency. Thank you. Oh, Skyfall! Ouch! You have to get hearing aids to hear above 10k again. Well, I'm glad you. I'm glad you got some hearing function back at least. That's great news. A friend of mine's got hearing aids. He's even younger than me, but he has the opposite problem. He has a very rare condition where he's losing the low end. Very strange. Yes, always protect your hearing. Even just if you can get like $20, 20 quid filtered earplugs off Amazon. They're usually fine. That's all I use. I wear them everywhere. Pubs, clubs, gigs. Let's turn that down for now, shall we? Thank you, LTS. That's how I go. Where was the piano? In the middle? Oh, that one. That's probably Piano Tech. Unfortunately, not a free one. Did Riverband leave us? Donate and leave? As soon as you've mentioned it, LTS, I'll find out what the piano was for you. There he is. Or she, sorry. There they are. Yeah, give me a good example of a dub techno track, please, Riverband. There's the piano. Oh no, it's Ableton's own. Ableton's built-in grand through the amazing free Dragonfly Hall reverb. Yeah, just the Ableton grand. Why is the band fixed on my desktop? There we go. Check deep chord A Equinoxium. That's not a pretentious name, is it? Well, the clue's in the name. Deep chord. Is that the name of the act or the song? I don't know a lot about dub techno. I'm guessing it's a hybrid of dub and techno. So lots of dotted eighths tape delays, right? Let's have a listen. Oh yeah, there's your tape delay straight away. Oh, thanks, LTS. We'll go into the progression in a minute if you want. So let me make sure that's no longer playing back. Yep. Oh! This sounds very much like a mobile game I used to play. Okay, so you're talking about those chords, right? Yeah, this is more minimal than I was expecting. That makes sense, I suppose. Well, I'm hearing lots of added ninths. That's a cluster added ninth, I think. Yeah. Lots of noise layers, obviously. Vinyl, hiss. Okay. Lots of reverb. Lots of dotted eighth delays, as predicted. Needs to be a tape delay as well, or else it won't resonate on the repeats the correct way. Yeah, it is very minimal. So that is a. Let's have a look. Is the key. Oops, I'm soloed. So it's D, so that means the chord is a D ninth of some description. I've got a feeling it is the clustered type. Let me put this on my other monitor so I can go back and forth. In fact, it might be it might actually be tonicless. I'll explain what that is in a second. Let me work it out and then I'll tell you if I was right or not. Let's just start with a simple saw. In fact, let's go with a more rounded off one like the Jupiter. Yeah, that's nice. Right, so it's a tiny pluck, steep low pass. Don't know what the reverb would be. It sounds kind of hally. It's not a classic dub reverb in the sense that OG dub used a lot of springs and plates. Maybe it could be a plate, really. I'm just going to go Ableton's built-in reverb. Hall setting. Because we just want a classic hall. Nothing too smooth, nothing too artificial. But nothing too real either. Because dub is not known for high budget. Which racks have I lined up? Yeah, just let's get the normal one. Tape delay. Let's get my favorite. Variety of sound. Dotted eighths, please. I know this isn't chords, this is sound design, but I think in terms of this kind of vibe, it's all actually, it matters. I've got to put some textures on, which just adds noise. I've got vinyl here. Let's add another one for, in fact, actually, let's just, I don't need the rack for this. Let's just add one for tape, one for vinyl, something like that. It's got a nice tape hiss in here somewhere. That's First of all, we take glide off. We make sure we've got polyphony. And obviously our I don't know which. So we'd like too many high frequencies. That I'm going to put the this is all a bit much. Let's just. That's too much. Getting into the vibe now. You need those delays that close up, like a borderline of feedback. It's somewhere around this kind of area, I think. Preferably some kind of pitch wobble. Let's put some random, again, a bit more kind of lo-fi tape. Let's put some random oscillation. In fact, we could kind of do that post, couldn't we? VHS. There we go. Gotta be very careful with these noise layers now. Anyway. Ouch. Some noise in with the synth. Is that sounding legit? What do you think? Okay, dotted echo. What is dotted echo? So you'll see this on delays. Some just have a D after the... if you're using Ableton's... Actually, Ableton's built-in tape delay is pretty good. If you're on Ableton, that's also pretty cool. In Ableton, it is... See here? It says dotted there. You can change the... I've mapped this to this, so normally you'd be able to change this directly. But so 1/8 dotted. That's your classic dub delay rhythm. Let me bring up... So it's actually like a classical term that's carried over. This is what it really looks like. That one. That is a dotted eighth, a dotted quaver, believe it or not. You can see the dot after. So this on its own without the dot is just an eighth, dotted eighth. So what it means is you take the length of that note and you add half again. So in terms of a MIDI grid, why am I doing this on the piano track? Let me do this on the synth track. So in terms of a MIDI grid, if you take 1 bar in 16ths, as our chord, let's just put one note down for now. So this would be 16ths, right? Because we got 16 in a bar. This would be eighths. 8 in a bar. Eight. This is, you know, they're eighth apart. That's technically an eighth if it's full length eighth. So dotted means 1/2 again. So half of an eighth is a 16th. So you add that on again, and then it's the next note. So a dotted eighth is basically 3/16 long. Is the short answer. I know it sounds confusing, but so this is a dotted eighth rhythm. And technically this, obviously, it won't fit into 1 bar because it won't come round again. So this is technically infinite until, what would it be? It's 3 bars long, isn't it? It would eventually come round again. If you had enough repeats on your delay, you would eventually land on beat 1 of bar 3. That is a dotted eighth rhythm. It's all in my delay video, by the way. So that's the if I was to just drop the velocity of all these, this would behave like a dotted eighth delay. Let's just go that long. Make sure our synth is velocity sensitive. Turn off the delay. You'll get a very, obviously not the same effect because the frequencies won't decay, but that's effectively what the delay is doing. And you need to line that up against a kick drum so you can hear where the beats are. Because it's technically what's called a poly rhythm. Actually, it might be classed as a polymeter. We won't go into the differences there, but it's a type of poly. I'll go polyrhythm for now. Any kick drum will do. Any kick drum. Thank you. Cheers. Oh, we do have a kick drum loaded. I thought I deleted a sample. My bad. Let's just put some kicks down. Length does not matter here. Right. So, in fact, you can hear that's the rhythm I've used in the track above. You can already hear that is a dotted eighth delay. That's all dotted eighths in this track here. If you were to count in 16s, you can hear they're all separated by 3. Like that. I don't know if my vocals are coming through in time with the music. There might be some microphone delay, I'm not sure at your end, but yeah. If you listen to that on top of a kick drum. Okay, so that's what the delay is doing, amongst other things. Tape delays have special properties in terms of the way the frequencies kind of cramp up as it loses volume. So I've taken off the delay now. You can hear it's the same rhythm. That's that classic dub sound. It's not technically 112, Fernando, because that would be triplet. It's 3/8. Sorry, 3/16 is the correct rhythm. Oh. I'm trying to remember the name of the mobile game that had a very similar sound to that. I could picture it. It was like a spaceship Infinite Runner type. It's very old. It sounds just like that track. They were clearly influenced by it. SpaceX or something? No, that's Elon's thing. Anyway, in terms of the chord reverb band, sorry, we finished answering your actual question. So you can see here, I've chosen these 3 notes. Let me explain what the hell that's about. So the actual key of that track you showed me, the bass is a low bass sub. It's got some kind of upper harmonic going on. That's you're technically in D minor. So you can hear that's got most of the vibe. But as soon as you start adding extensions like 7ths and 9ths, you can hear you get even more of the vibe. And if you were to cluster those up in terms of a voicing, watch any of my chord videos, by the way, if none of this makes sense. But voicing just means changing the order of the notes. So if I put this extension in the octave below, so it's actually the lowest note there, when they start appearing next to one another and crunching together, you get extra flavors that way. So the one they're using is what's called a 9th. So if this is a 7th, this is a 9th. You can have both if you want. And they've put that 9th inside. Again, just swap the octave. You could do both if you want. So this is still technically a D chord. The bass is all on D down here somewhere. Let's pick a random rhythm. Something chill. Let's pick that rhythm. I know it's supposed to be a separate synth, but that kind of thing. So, yeah, all I did was remove. If there's only the 9th extension on it, not the 7th, that's what we call an added 9th. But if you just say 9th, you always imply all of the extensions before it. So if I said 11th, that would imply there was a 7th and a 9th present. It's just musical terminology, doesn't matter. So an added 9th is when you just add the 9th, no 7th. So I did that, and then because the bass is already playing the D, you don't need the D. Doing it with this funky little voicing like that. It doesn't have to come around every 3. You can actually do whatever you like in terms of how often the stab timing is. But yeah, I think that's your vibe in a nutshell. It's don't forget the tape delay. Nice hall reverb of some kind. Not too many high frequencies in the reverb. Some kind of extension chord clustered together. Move the notes closer together instead of higher up. Because that I mean, it still sounds pretty cool up there. Not quite as moody as that one though. Yeah. There you go. Does that answer everything you wanted to know? Yeah, in terms of sounds, keep it plucky, keep it I know that was just the chord synth. What's producing the that kind of, that's not that plucky, that's the opposite. That's kind of high pass, noisy. It's going to be very it's going to have a very noisy looking waveform. I don't really know what the sound is, to be honest. Oh. Oh, I forgot that was on 19. Oh, you get the idea anyway. Why have we got so little? Yeah, it sounds like a band pass. A band pass is just a high and a low. So maybe that one would be plucked. Not sure what's creating some of that. There's also, I heard it sounds like a very similar cluster high up on sine waves. Same kind of thing. Might even be up there somewhere. Oh, even higher actually, yeah, you can hear it. It's like you get no pluck envelope on this. Yeah, it's right up there. Can you hear that? That one sounds like it's got a seventh in it somewhere. Anyway. Hi, James. Yeah, we were looking at Serum 2 earlier. Well, we didn't really do much. I was just discussing. I like the new features. It was a lot of it was needed, in my opinion. Like dual filters, extra oscillator, third oscillator. My only complaint is the interface is now even more cluttered. But no, I mean, considering it's a free upgrade if you've already got Serum, well, the price of a coffee if you want it to be, there's no reason not to. I think it can load the original presets, can it, as well? Sorry, Stephen. In terms of good vocal sources, I use Splice, so I know it does suck most of the time, but that goes for literally any sample library in history. 95% of it is trash, and then you have to go digging for the good stuff. What's my coffee of choice? When I'm out, I normally order a cappuccino. I'm debating getting my own machine, but I'm more of a tea drinker than a coffee drinker, in truth. When coffee is good, though, I really like good coffee. Although I say that I've not discovered a coffee yet that I would prefer without milk to make a good espresso. So I probably haven't tried enough really good coffee. I'm about to meet up with an old friend, actually. He, someone who I used to work at the music shop with when we both sold software together. One of my old work colleagues from the 2000s went on to be a very successful coffee shop owner. He now has, I think, 25 branches in the north of the UK. And I'm hoping to go meet him soon so he can give me all the geeky coffee details, because he's a proper coffee nerd now. Joe, milk ruins all tea and coffee. No. I take it you're not from the UK. Surely. That would be my first prejudiced guess. You'll be telling me you don't have sugar as well. I am quite a controversial tea drinker, actually. I leave the bag in. I prefer leaving the bag in. Much to the surprise of my guests, when they take a big swig and get hit in the face with a tea bag. Well, yeah, there we go. No, you can't have Earl Grey with milk. That's disgusting. Earl Grey is its own kind of thing. Herbal tea doesn't go with milk at all. It's only like breakfast. What would be considered a breakfast tea in most countries. I'm not actually sure what the term is for the typical type of tea in the UK. Yes, thanks, Cook. The Calvin video did do rather well, didn't it? I was just saying I was working on an official remix for Mr. Jam of the Calvin track. So I had the stems, and then Nick made that video, and a DJ friend of mine sent me the video. I was like, oh, I have to make that video now. The British are uniquely good at digesting milk. This is true. This is true. Oh, of course, you won't be on sugar if you're fasting. No. Stevia apparently is fine as an alternative, as long as it's not got maltodextrin inside the stevia mixture. That won't break fast or trigger any insulin response. Yeah, I was reading an interesting thing about certain cultures and milk. Apparently, certain people have discovered you can basically brute force your way out of lactose intolerance, because I think by default, naturally, we are supposed to be intolerant of lactose. Once you're weaned off your mother's milk, apparently the gene goes dormant if you don't drink it regularly after that. So it's natural to be intolerant of milk and lactose. And the only reason we aren't is because we drink so much tea and milk and cereal, etc. It's a cultural thing. So the gene doesn't go dormant if you stay drinking milk. And apparently, if you are lactose intolerant, if you're willing to put up with a week or so of terrible guts, you can literally brute force yourself back out of lactose intolerance by just drinking a lot of milk and ice cream and stuff for a week. And it will kind of wake up that dormant thing again. Anyway, apparently, do your research, obviously. I just thought that was a very hilarious thing. Because, yeah, the British are, as a nation, are a lot less lactose intolerant than most other cultures. You can smell the milk spoil instantly in a hot drink, can you? Anyway, random milk facts. What were we talking about? Someone asked a question, which I was about to answer. Well, I've scrolled past it 10 times now, I'm sure. Something about I saw industry. Was it my opinion on the industry? While I'm scrolling past, James has asked, serious question, need your expert opinion. We'll see about that. I used to work in a music rehearsal studio before COVID and really loved it, but always wanted to make music rather than set others up. Oh, right, you just worked there. You've never played yourself. How? Well, that's a big question. How to get into music? It depends what what kind of music you want to make, I suppose. What I like about teaching electronic music is I like to dispel the myth that people need to have learnt an instrument in order to make music, because that's not true, largely. But if you want to make punk rock music or classical, or well, actually not too much of a classical now these days, but acoustic folk music, maybe, you're going to have to learn an instrument, aren't you? So it depends on what you mean by the question. Obviously, like I say, it's a very broad question. So what I'm trying to get at is you might need to learn an instrument, you might not, depending on what you want to make. If you've got eyes on my channel, I presume you're into electronic music, so you don't have to learn an instrument. So please don't confuse that. Those are two separate things, learning to play an instrument and writing or making music. Obviously one can help the other, but they're not exclusively required. If you just want to start, get hold of some kind of DAW software, digital audio workstation. This one I've got here is called Ableton, but there's no free version of Ableton. I would suggest just looking at different ones, seeing what looks intuitive. There is a good free one called Waveform, I believe. What used to be called Traction. That's a full free audio workstation. Get yourself a free synth like Vital and other free plugins, depending on what you, and just start doing some tutorials on how to make sounds and how to what the difference is between MIDI and audio would be another big one. Drawing in MIDI, and obviously want to know the basics of what notes you need to draw. So you need to look at some basic music theory. So I suppose that's in a nutshell, that's really what you need to learn to use. You're going to need to know a little bit of music theory, a little bit of sound design, which would be how to get sounds out of synths, or maybe you don't need to do any sound design at all, just get a synth that's got lots of presets. Learn about MIDI versus audio, and learn a digital audio workstation. So that's kind of the really broad overview. But in general, just make a start. It's going to be really overwhelming because there's just so much to it. That's before we get into the production or engineering or effects and all kinds of stuff. But you have to start somewhere. So you have to kind of fight through the overwhelming feeling, because there will be a lot to learn early on. So yeah, just make a start. Get some software. There's plenty of free software out there. YouTube is a goldmine resource for everything you'll need. I hope you, if you wanted a different kind of, if you're asking a different kind of question and I've took it too basic, let me know. Jen Kim's gone off to make a brew. Good, good. What's a good way to find musical friends? Oh, don't ask me. No idea. I'm a complete hermit. I met most of my clients through... I ran a studio. I built and ran a studio in the 2000s. Initially recording bands and things like that. I had a lot of customers carry over from when I used to work at the music shop as well, because I was the only salesman in the shop that gave true advice instead of trying to sell them the most expensive thing or whatever gave the salesman the most commission. So I had a lot of built up trust, which is, I suppose, is a piece of advice in itself. I love the saying from Seth Godin that trust is the only long-term currency, because that has been true my entire life. You have to build trust. And you do that by being generous and honest and as good as you can be. What was I going to say? Yeah, so I met all my... I started... Yeah, one of my clients was a DJ. I started doing most of his musical side. Well, he did more of the promotion and the production. He did really well. And then I met more DJs through him that wanted me to work on their tracks, etc., etc., etc. So all my musical friends I've met through either working at the music shop. Now, would I recommend... Yeah, let me put an asterisk right there and say I would not recommend working at a music shop. Because music retail is miserable. Anyone else here work in music retail or retail in general? I thought I might have career prospects, you know, because I was a technical expert in all the DAWs. Pro Tools, Logic, Cubase, Digital Performer. What else did we have? Acid, Reason. I was technically head of High Tech, it was called. The High Tech Music Department. And the wages didn't reflect my level of knowledge. Let's put it that way. I could have been on the exact same amount or probably more working at the local supermarket on the checkout. So, yeah. Although I got good staff discount on certain items. The Cubase guys gave me 50% off. I thought that was very good. As did Focusrite. I think they were very generous as well. I suppose the speaking of room temperature IQ customers, I wouldn't call the music retail customers so much that, but the thing with music retail customers is you get some very, very eccentric characters, which are always a hoot to deal with. Sorry, yeah, the white noise in the background is coming from... There we go. Sorry. My VHS processor, which, by the way, is just a... well, you can see it's quite a lot going on inside of my virtual VHS. There's a pre-emphasis, de-emphasis EQ section. Trying to emulate Dolby noise reduction. Vinyl noise, distortion, multiband compression. The noise is coming from the built-in tape echo, which is just being used for the noise, not the echo. Chorus, 100% wet for frequency wobble. and an overall EQ section to lo-fi the entire thing. Sorry about that. I think I need to give the VHS rack away soon. I've almost finished it. Betamax. Yeah, I should have two settings, VHS and Betamax. Although, maybe Betamax is too good a quality. I don't know. I've not heard one for a while. I heard a T90 cassette recently, actually. And it reminded me of MP3 at the top end. Some of the same artifacts, which quite surprised me. Is commissioning a track as a DJ particularly cost prohibitive? That depends on the agreement, I suppose. I think people work with me because I'm very fast. So I'm also, I've come from lots of different areas, right? So I've been a player. I can play instruments. I'm a musician first, that then became an engineer. So I have both sides of that. And then through various DJ clients, I've learned a bit about production on top of the musician and engineering side. And then through trying to make my own ventures work, I've learned a lot about marketing, branding, etc. And being a fan of one of the best in the business, Seth Godin, means I've picked up a lot that some people may have missed. So I've got quite holistic output on what they're trying to achieve, so we can get things done rather quickly. And I've usually got some relevant advice in all areas for them. So yeah, I probably don't charge anywhere near enough, because I do charge by the hour. 20s, 30s kind of area. But the thing is, studio sessions are, 8, 12-hour marathons. So, and then they get, these royalties on top of that, both mechanical, recording and mechanical. Songwriting, etc. So, yeah, it depends on the deal. Depends entirely on the deal. If you were to do what's called a work for hire agreement, that is usually very cost prohibitive. Yeah, because what that agreement says is, I'm going to pay you for your time, but everything I walk away with is mine. I have bought, or that payment includes buying all of your rights off you, right? So that's called a work for hire agreement. Not in the UK, at least. I'm not sure what the term would be in other countries. Or a buyout. So those can be quite pricey, because per song that might be 3,000, 4,000, 5,000, 10,000 as you get into the famous. So I stopped doing work for hire because it's quite it's all upfront cash, obviously, but people these days don't really have the cash, because there's a lot more risk now. And also, from my perspective, it's dead end work, right? So if it's pure ghost work, I don't get any reputation off the back of it. I just get one chunk of cash, and then nothing in the future. So if I want a pension or something to retire with, I've got no passive income in the future, and I've got nothing to build my reputation upon should I need royalties or credits on something to show other people or other businesses, etc. So yeah, it depends on the agreement. I suppose it depends how much time it saves you, and if it works. Like I just started working with Mr. Jam, and apparently that dopamine track has is his first Beatport Top 100, or his first. I can't remember. I think it's streamed 100,000 in the first week. I think that's the first time that's happened to him. So I think like obviously, that's I presume that was worth it for him. So yeah, if that the amount, whatever he paid me was worth the extra success he got back. I'm not sure what that's paid out yet or anything, so I don't know. But he might have got his payment back in the first week. Who knows? I have a manager. Yes, I don't manage any artists myself. No. Hell no. Have I ever considered managing any? No. I don't think I could do that job. No. It sounds very difficult. Have I made a tune that has gone on to make hundreds of thousands of pounds? I don't think any single tune has done 6 digits. No. A couple have done 5 digits, tens of thousands. I think. Yeah. Yeah, a few of those, I think. It's very hard to pass because obviously I've got streaming royalties, and then sometimes the streaming royalties, if it's not for my track directly, if it's one I was involved with, that might go via record label, publisher, other entities, or a producer agreement, and then that all gets split up, and then I get an amount through some third party, or it got featured on an advert, or blah blah blah, and then that comes through a sync publisher. So you get all these different streams, and then that's some are collected from your PRO, your performance royalty organization. So PRS in the UK is the one I use. So I'll get a check from PRS, but that might just say £2,000, and it's for the total royalties for the last 3 months across your entire catalog. So you have to then go digging into the statements to find out what did well, where it was played, etc. If you want the details on that, I don't usually bother. So yeah, it's hard to kind of keep track of any one particular track. I've not really had any one massive hit that stood out, and obviously was really obvious that it was generating me a lot of money, other than probably the Wicked Game cover. But that's a cover track, so I don't get any publishing on that one. That just ticks away in the background on mostly YouTube and Spotify. Hard to say, but I'm quite sure a few of my tracks would have done tens of thousands. Not, I don't think any would have added up to 100,000 yet. Does my name go on the credits? Yes. So in terms of songwriting, that's like my legal name will go on there, because it has to usually. any kind of feature as a producer or collaboration or other role, maybe instrument playing, or engineer. That can be any name I choose. Obviously, because Bthelick became semi-famous, I don't know what you want to call this. I'm certainly not going to say I'm not known. 75,000 subscribers, 77,000 subscribers is not to be sniffed at. Yeah, so since Bthelick started doing well, I've used Bthelick on a lot more credits. You'll see me appearing up and down various projects. Do I get remix work? Not as Bthelick, I don't know. I do plenty of remixes through clients, providing the contract looks okay. Again, remixes can be dead-end work if you're not careful, because there's usually no publishing in remixes, and traditionally there's no recording royalties either, because the record label usually commissions the remix, and in paying you, they usually take full ownership of the master recording. So all you get, again, is a one-time payment, usually, in this country for a remix. So if my clients are going to do a remix, I insist on trying to get percentage points on the new recording. Have I ever done... Oh, right. You meant on the ghost work. Have any ever done 100,000? No, I don't think so. No, not had anything that big. Trying to think. Don't think so. No. Possibly over an entire, like... So I have probably over 1,000 tracks out there somewhere. I think Bthelick has like 600. I must have well over 1,000. I'm going for what I call the Dolly Parton, because Dolly Parton's legacy is about 3,000 tracks that she was involved with. She's a really prolific writer and performer, obviously. So I say I'm going for the Dolly Parton. I want about 3,000 tracks out there, just because. Have I made any VSTs? No, not yet. Not yet. I did attempt quickly the rack that became the smudger. Which is just a transition effect. That was my first attempt at coding. Coding one. There used to be a plugin environment called, what was it called? It had Stone in the name, something Stone. I'm sure it did. Anyway, there was a plugin coding environment where you could do bits of bespoke code as well as drag in modules, a bit like Reactor, where you could just hook up people's existing free algorithms. I was going to make the smudger, and I started that. I had a graphic interface and everything for it, but yeah, it was a lot of trigonometry. And as geeky as I am about maths, it was taking a lot of time. So And then the other problem was it took so long, in fact, that the plugin environment I was using was at the time 32-bit only, and 64-bit plugins were coming in with VST2, and all the DAWs were going to stop supporting 32-bit. And I was hoping the environment would, the new versions of this software, I was hoping they would obviously just update and just become 64-bit compatible, but they never did. So I was that kind of made me kind of give up on the thing. So there is new hope, though. This plug data format is actually very similar. The one I showed earlier, which is the spectral sidechain. Have I still got it loaded? No. So this is a plugin environment that's quite new, about a year or so old. Well, actually, it's older than that, but they've updated it to be this recent version quite recently. And you can just I can take this free plugin by Ewan Bristow here, and I can actually just go inside and see how it's coded. Very much like Reactor, Native Instruments. Now, it's got its own language and things like, bangs are kind of incidence events. But so I'm hoping if I get 5 minutes, I really want to learn this. Because you can just go inside any knob, look at the animations, the code behind each parameter, etc., etc. So this looks really fascinating and not too hard to do. The only thing that scares me is the same as the other software I use. The code is bespoke. It's not like Java or Python or anything like that. So I am slightly hesitant to learn a bespoke language because you can't really carry it to... I suppose you could carry the principles to other code bases, but it would make it, if plug data dies, it would make it very hard to then recode everything in C or something. But at the same time, I really don't know if I've got the time to learn C or C++. So... yeah, Flowstone. That's it. Thank you, Ravix and Joe. Yes, Flowstone. That was it. Yeah, I don't know if they ever updated to 64-bit, but I used to use Flowstone. Yeah, that was my early attempts at plugins, but I never finished a compiled smudger. In the end, I think I did one and it sounded horrendous. I don't even know if I still have the DLL. I'm pretty sure I binned it. NV, hello again. I remember shouting you out on a short or two. That's a good question. How does the kick affect bass choice? Like dull 909s, many tracks use brighter basses with less low end. Do some basses work better with certain kicks? Absolutely, yes. You can very much think of it like that. Obviously, it's genre dependent as well. Like there's certain types of house which just use very kind of rumbly, bumpy basses, and they don't use very bright, aggressive kick drums either because they're, they're underground kind of genres, right? So both the bass and the kicks are quite dull. So that means they go together well in terms of aesthetically. It's a nightmare to engineer and sidechain them so they're both clear. But yes, one choice absolutely affects the other. And I would include key in that as well. Understanding where your fundamental pitch of your kick drum is landing-ish, even if it's not holding a real pitch, if it's just diving around. But you know, where the subs are versus where your subs are, absolutely affects the one affects the other. Yeah. There's no unfortunate. I can't give you any rules of thumb. There's too many. That's probably a video in itself, isn't it? Ah, so Flowstone did go 64-bit, you think, Joe? I might check back with it. Yeah. Although the appeal of plug data is you can kind of make the plugin live inside its own environment. You don't need to make it in a separate program and then compile it. So plug data would still be more tempting to me anyway, I think, these days. Although I should check it out, Flowstone. I think I still, paid for a license, so I wonder if it's still available or compatible. I don't know. Hello, Benjamin CJ Holmes. What are you typing? How's it? Any tips on how to place sounds where they need to be in the mix? So you imagine drums and subs should feel low down in the mix, but struggle to get things where they need. Well, I don't feel that way. If you listen to how I mix drums, I think drums should be the loudest thing in a track usually. And that goes for whether I'm mixing rock or, not that I've done much rock of late, but, or dance or pop even. I really like punchy, transient, in your face. I want the rhythm to be up front. You'll probably notice that is a, I mean, it depends. Again, it's very genre dependent. Like if you take this chill track here, I've gone for a very, very small rim shot clap layer thing, which is dry. And the kick is just kind of ticking away. It's not got a really aggressive kind of smash to the beginning of it. So I suppose those are more tucked back, should I say, than what was this one like? Oh, sorry, that's the other kick drum. I thought that was loud. I suppose those drums are quite loud, especially the hi-hat. That's usually because I don't spend much time mixing anything. I'm probably not the best guy to ask. Because I suppose over time you develop an instinct for just inherent balance. But you should be able to, you should be able to get like 90% of the track done just with the fader positions, right? And if you're guessing at fader positions, then, you don't have, maybe your environment's not great, or you don't have the experience yet, or the confidence even, to balance a track just by your own feeling with the faders, just turning the kick drum up and down, and etc., etc., then you probably just need to reference more. Make sure there's references at the top of your DAW always. Several of them, if possible. I mean, other people's tracks, if you don't know what a reference is. Other people's tracks for there, so you can always swap back to it, hit solo, how loud is their clap, how loud is their vocal, where's mine at, do I sound the same, do I sound similar? Just get 3 or 4 references into the software, and make sure you're kind of somewhere in the ballpark of at least one of them. But you should be able to just balance tracks as they are, and you shouldn't have to do much processing either. But having said that, other factors affect your perception of level, right? So, I'm just trying to think if I've got a good example. Like, for example, the loudness of a sibilance in a vocal, the S's and T sounds, right? If they're really bright, and you don't notice that about them, you will tuck them low into the track because you think they're loud enough, because you can hear the articulation of the words over the rest of the music, because the S's and T's are where a lot of the consonants are, right? So you'll hear over the top of the music, and you'll probably be used to the lyrics because you're the one making the track. So you'll think the vocal is loud enough. But until you develop an ear for, like, get fresh perspective on it, or the ability to do that, have a break or whatever, come back to it another day, you will notice the vocal is only loud because it's very bright, or it's got lots of S's and T's, in which case, as soon as you apply a de-esser to that vocal, you'll then be able to bounce it properly into the track. And in terms of drums, the same goes for drum transients. So if a drum's got a lot of click and a lot of attack at the start, even if it's the same average level as another drum that doesn't, it will sound louder because it kind of jumps out at you, because those frequencies are spikier. So you have to be aware of level over time, not just level in itself. So and then the other factor is ambience. So if you've got a really wet, again, I'll use a vocal for an example. So have I got a vocal in this? Right, so I've got a vocal here that's absolutely caked in reverb, probably delay as well. Now, if I didn't have any reverb on the clap, that would make the clap sound very standout. It would make the clap sound like it was sat on top of the track, not in the track. But that's only because the ambience, it's not because it's dry in itself, it's because the ambience doesn't match the things around it. So you have to be aware of ambience as well. If your bass sound has delay or reverb on it or something, and your claps or kicks, well, I wouldn't put any ambient effects on the kick unless it's a really sparse minimal track or something. But the idea, the principle stands. If you, certain elements will need a similar kind of ambience to fit, regardless of level. Yeah, so it's not an easy question to answer, but I would, for now, just reference a lot more, is all I can say. It's probably what you're not doing enough of. And stop over processing, of course. If you're trying to EQ things to death and you're making really, really drastic moves with your EQ, it's usually an indication that the sound just isn't the correct sound. Go and find another sound. Preferably if you can do it fast enough, you want to find sounds that just already kind of work just by moving the faders around, so you don't have to do any work. If you're struggling, if you're having to add clippers and distortions and EQs and compressors and really, heavy manipulation to get something just to sit in the track, then bin it, or change the sound, or preset, or anyway. Oh, was Flowstone abandoned, Joe? Oh, I thought it might be. DJ D1MAH. Looking at getting a pair of Adam Audio T5Vs and plugging the ports on this, thinking along with a decent set of headphones. Yeah, should be fine. I wouldn't prejudge making, I wouldn't make the decision on plugging the ports, of course. Test them. I don't usually plug mine. Depends if they have a lot of port resonance or what your boundary cancellations are like. You need to do a lot of testing. How far they are from the wall, blah, 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 blah. There's lots of, don't get me started on acoustics. Even amateur acoustics, it's a rabbit hole. But yeah, fine. I'm not as keen on the new Adams as the old ones, but then the new Adams are a lot cheaper. So I'd definitely recommend the ribbon tweeters from Adam, because they, I think they definitely help with long-term ear fatigue if you're doing long sessions. If you keep the levels at a reasonable level when you're mixing and making, don't have it permanently cranked, then I think the combination of Adam tweeters and low volume is a good recipe for healthy ears. Also, you don't have to have a really bright setup on the monitor for it to sound detailed, which is a problem with a lot of monitors. They tend to push the top end quite harshly to make, so the details become apparent. That seems to be more of a trap of dome tweeters and ribbon tweeters. So, yeah, go for it. Oh, right, Joe. I'm still reading up on the Flowstone saga. So Joe's found the right website, and it is 64-bit. Okay, thank you. Have I ever produced music for brands and their adverts? Yes. Although I was lucky to have a friend who already did that. So my friend ran a studio. Well, I say a friend. I met him through the shop, and then obviously became friends. It wasn't just like I was lucky to get in because I already knew him. I met him through other work colleagues working at the music shop. So his entire studio was just advert music, and he did very well, very, very well financially. He did so well, he could pay me 150 or to 200 pounds an hour just to come in and do simple guitar parts for him. Yeah, so he was the guy I got the Vimto ad through. He hooked that up, although he didn't do the music. He just passed on my music with my friend Anif. Our music, should I say. He's also the person who asked me for help on the documentary for the North Korea, the Big Bang in Pyongyang documentary. So he's the guy that needed the help on that one. That's why I'm on that soundtrack. Your cat is with you and is amazed by the stream of nothing happening on the screen. I keep I'm so busy reading the comments, I keep forgetting there's not really a lot going on here, is there? Is that an argument to get the camera going? Do I turn down my reference tracks? No. No. Never. That's the whole reason I made those videos called How Not to Master. Where are they? That one, part 2, is particularly good. I recommend that one. How to Not Master parts 1 and 2. What's the other thumbnail look like? Let's zoom in a bit. They're about a year apart, unfortunately. I should just type search, shouldn't I? There's part 2. There's part 1. Yeah, you can't hear this. Yeah, if you've not seen those cook, definitely watch those 2 videos. They're not short, unfortunately, but it's pretty much all explained in there. The reason I don't have to master my tracks is because when I bring in the reference, I don't turn it down. I make my track at that level, which affects all of your decisions, like sidechains, sound choice in the first place, and all kinds of other things. Balance, because you'll hear it clipping when it's struggling. So if you sort that problem at the beginning, which is usually a bottom end problem, mostly, if you sort that problem at the start, you don't have to do any mixing or mastering later. It kind of takes care of itself. I mean, you still need reasonable ears. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me. When I say turn it down, I mean your speakers. Like I just turned down the volume on my interface, my RME. If you don't have an interface, then you would turn the volume down of your computer output or your headphones or whatever you're using. I don't mean turn it down in the DAW. I hope that makes sense. But yeah, never turn down the reference, because then what will happen is all your decisions that you make in your track, all of the problems only then come to light when you have to turn everything back up at the end to match the mastered track. And suddenly you notice things are distorting, the balance is wrong, blah, blah, blah. Things are fighting because of the clipping distortion, usually. So all the then it's far too late to start fixing things, because some of those problems could be down to the fact that you've got the wrong sounds. Maybe it's a really bad kick and bass combination, as we were talking about earlier. One affects the other. So if only at the very end of making your track you suddenly discover that your kick drum is a problem at mastering level, maybe it's got a phase problem, or it's got some weird peak or spike or clash with one of your. There's all kinds of things can happen. If you notice that at the very end, it's a big job to go and change kicks late after the fact, because now everything has to change. Side chains, balance, drum overhead, your hi-hats, everything has to change. It's like taking the foundations out from under a house. So if you never leave those decisions to like a mastering stage. Red King, have you seen AP Mastering Channel? Takes on monitors. Is he the one that's is he full clickbait, as in you can't master in Ableton? Is it that guy? Yeah. I know him. Yeah. I mean, I don't know him. I know the channel. And no, I don't agree with like 95% of the advice. He's playing the YouTube game. It's heavily clickbait. It's technically correct in some in a sense. For me, he smacks of a guy that has come out of engineering school, knows a lot, but has not actually worked in the real world in a practical sense a lot, or had some, it's fine, but it's kind of, telling people they can't master in Ableton because it doesn't support the mastering standard formats, output formats. What's it called again? The reason I don't remember it is because it's so bloody old. No, what's it called? DDP. Yeah, it was the DDP format. So actual dedicated mastering software can do That was his whole clickbait argument. He said you can't master in, I can't remember what the DAWs were. He listed all the big ones because they don't export in DDP format, I think was the conclusion. And that's a format that I'm sure some mastering houses still use that format. When the mastering engineer used to put the whole album in order, and they did the loudness for a full album's worth of tracks and all that kind of thing, it would be exported from a dedicated mastering DAW in a DDP format. And it was a very expensive license to own one. It's a bit like the Dolby license, you know, for film composers, film engineers. So that was his argument. You can't do quote unquote professional mastering because these DAWs don't export in that format. And obviously for 99.9% of people, and including people who are making the most money in music right now, that's not true. And then his whole thing about all EQs sound the same, absolute nonsense. He cherry-picked his examples. Same with compressors. He had a point about clipping. Yes, clipping is clipping, but again, there's nuances to it that he doesn't appreciate or doesn't use in his evidence. He picks a very one-dimensional argument and then argues the technicals of that, and then basically ignores all the practical implications thereafter. So I've kind of stopped clicking on his videos because it's guaranteed clickbait. Yeah, I was reading your comments saying the comments are always ablaze. I was trying to say kickbait whilst looking at the word ablaze. Kickbait. Anyway, yeah, so I'm not surprised the comments are always ablaze because I think he's being controversial on purpose. It reminded I was not too much different when I was kind of in my late 20s. I don't know how old he is, but in my late 20s, I was very, I think the word is obstreperous. You know, just you would take a counterpoint on everything that you think people know, just so you could make the counterpoint argument and impress people that you know the opposite. It strikes me as a lot of that. So he definitely knows some of his stuff, but he's cherry picking his arguments. And like I say, I don't think it has practical value in if you want to make music for a living. I certainly wouldn't listen to him. Steve's in the house. Hello, Steve. You've not seen a DDP file until Dolby Atmos came along. So that brought it back. I can understand why it might do, because it does handle multi. One of the reasons the format existed was also for 5.1, so you could deliver a stereo and a 5.1 in a single file, and that would all be decoded by the mastering DAW as a DDP. So it let you send one file of multiple channels, basically. So I'm not surprised DDP came up in Dolby Atmos again. Yeah. Thank you, Benjamin, for the 10. So if you don't EQ a lot due to correct sample and sound choices early on in the project, when would you EQ and why? Okay, good question. I mean, a lot of this talk about, I'm saying a lot of this talk referring to myself here, a lot of what I say regarding just get the sounds right at the beginning and you won't have to do much kind of thing, that's heavily predicated on the fact that you can recognize the sounds that you need in the first place, right? Which is an ear training problem. So I'm not saying don't, it's because a lot of you aren't going to be in my situation. I don't have the privilege of 10, 20, 30 years of listening to stuff and judging it, you know, in terms of a critical sense. So when do you EQ? So the first thing that comes to mind is obviously, I think actually Alice Mercurial Tones has just done a video on high pass filters and their dangers, and reminded me of my own video. So I will high pass filter quite a lot of stuff because obviously in dance music, we're pushing the low end and we're pushing loudness limits quite far. So cleaning up the low end in it's not just a case of simply high passing everything. Obviously, there's nuance to it, but that's the main EQing I do. The Stutter House video is actually quite a good. Someone asked about the Stutter House, and sorry, I've just remembered. Yes, it is out. The instrumental's out, and I've made a mistake on it because it fades out and then fades back up at the end, which is hilarious. Shows you how quick I did that mix down. The vocal version will follow in a couple of weeks, I think. But yeah, it's called, I think it's just called Stutter, the instrumental version. But I use that as an example because that had a lot of EQ on the pad bus and the drum bus, where I had to crank the mids by a few dB because the circumstances of how that track came about were, well, it's the plots video. I don't know if you've seen the video on how I plotted things. I took 7 references and then very, very quickly recreated the 8 bars of the drop of each one. But not so much that I was being very accurate with the sounds, just the types of sounds. Like, so if it had a pad sound, I would grab a pad. If it had a break in the drums, I would grab a break, etc., etc. So it was a mishmash of 7 different tracks. And obviously the average tone of that was fine, but on fresh listen, it was a bit too dull. So the fact I got fresh ears on it was a miracle in the first place. But that's because I made it for the video instead of just putting it straight out. In any other day, I would have just put the dull version straight out without realizing. So, no biggie. But because I got fresh ears on it, I recognized it sounded dull. So I added some EQ to the drums and the pads, cranking the mids a little bit and the top end a little bit. Yeah, and that was just, again, referencing later on, having fresh ears. So, and it was a very broad strokes EQ. It was all done with, when it comes to kind of like general energy and flavor, I don't like using these types of EQ where you have lots of numbers visible or even a graph, because the problem is the McGurk effect, which means your eyes always rule your ears, right? They can actually influence what you hear. So when you use an EQ like this, you inherently want to draw pretty curves. You would never end up with something like, I don't know, something random anyway, but you inherently want to draw a pretty curve, and something, this might look too dangerous, so you kind of shy away from doing it. Whereas if you grab an EQ like the one I used on the Stutter track was think Boot EQ, yeah, Boot EQ by Variety Sound. So I go for something like this, or this blindfold EQ, this kind of thing. So you're less aware of what's going on behind the scenes, and you can just use your ears, and it doesn't matter what the curve looks like. It's probably really weird, or it might not be. I don't know. Same with blindfold EQ. This has 0 numbers on it. You don't even get frequencies. So this is good for judging. So I would call these like overall flavor EQs. Slick EQ is another good one, because it's impossible to be surgical with slick EQ. This is all like a Pultec, very broad strokes. So this is tonal shaping, broad strokes, flavor, if you want, EQ. I don't know what you'd call that, as opposed to surgical EQ. Don't get me wrong, though. Sometimes there is, like, I'll be searching for a drum top. And I think the key point I'm about to make, let me just jump ahead of myself here. I already have a sense in my mind's ear, if that makes sense. I already have a sense of what I need. Like, So I'll know I need a really busy top loop, or a really harsh top loop, or a really light top loop, or a swinging top loop, or a top loop that's got the frequency of a tambourine or very sizzly shaker in it. I'll already ahead kind of have that kind of decision, what I'm already looking for. So that helps. But sometimes I'll find a top loop that, I'm going to see if I can find anything quickly. An example. No good examples in here. All right, let's just take that for example. It's not a good example, but go with it. So sometimes this, I'll say, okay, maybe this drum loop is perfect, and I've spent 10 minutes searching for it. So it's perfect in everything apart from one respect. It's got some kind of weird resonant thing that's, when I've put it in my track, it makes the pad sound like it's doing something weird, or maybe another piece of percussion sounds like it's got a note to it or something. It's got it's got a resonance to it. Maybe it's this like low conga sound. So instantly I will go and try and notch that out. Maybe it's that conga, right? So be damned with the phase consequences. I don't care. So that's an example where I might EQ early, and I would certainly be replacing the bottom end of this. So this would get high passed anyway, because that low conga is right in the way of where my bass is going to be. So those are kind of an example of early EQ decisions. I know what I want. I've found almost a perfect example of it, but it's either spend another 10 minutes searching for this kind of exact loop without that resonance, or just get rid of the resonance with an EQ. I don't care. What other examples would there be? Yeah, once everything's together, like in the mix, you'll always notice a something here or there. Like sometimes right at the end of a track, I'll realize I've buried the vocal, which is common because, again, like I said earlier, you get used to the lyrics, so you think you can hear the vocals loud enough, but that's just because you're familiar with them. It's not because of their absolute level. And then sometimes right at the end of the project, all it takes is like 1 or 2 dB in the middle somewhere, and the vocal's suddenly now on top of the track. Done. Or I might have to dynamically do that if it's really spiky vocal or something. But those are examples of like before and after kind of decisions. I don't know if that helps. Oh, it's the cat chasing the cursor. That's good. They like it when it goes off screen, right? That way. Hello, Abraham. Yeah, so the stutter one is finished. Thanks for asking. I can't remember who asked. And Sayak. Was it Sayak who asked? I don't know what the vocal version will be called yet. I presume it's going to be called Dreaming. That's up to my manager probably, unless I remind him. Yeah, so I finished the extended and the Spotify and the short, I think. Yes. Yeah, so that's going to be the Spotify version. Basically, I think it's exactly as I showed in the last video. I don't think I've touched it since 2nd of May. Or maybe that was the version before the video. Can't remember. Sorry, just reading comments.
Promises of romance, but there's something about you that makes me believe in another chance. Can't explain what I'm sensing. Every part of me trembling as I feel that you got through my defense.
It is interesting how we went from analog with ears to digital and eyes. Yeah, I don't know how long that phenomenon has been known about either, because there's still research being done into how much the eyes influence the ears. I'm only aware of the McGurk effect is one of them. There's a YouTube test you can go and check called the McGurk effect if you want to see how badly your eyes affect your ears. When I say affect, I mean dominate. Hi Torek, do I have a favourite track of mine? We were just discussing this earlier. This one's, I'm really proud of this one actually. I mean, it always feels like an achievement when you get a vocal over a set of weird chords. Might have gone too far with the vinyl effect. Trying to think what the other one was. Oh, that one. There we go. Yeah, it's alright. Just checking the fade. I messed up the fade on the instrumental that's already been released. I've not got a vocal for this one yet, but again, another favourite chord progression of mine. Not that chord progressions make a good track, but this is all done on the dead mouse principle. Well, I'll call it the dead mouse principle. What to a musician is known as modal interchange. Perfect Chaos. What do I think about mastering? You need to struggle about it, or is good mixing the goat? Yeah, mixing is all, well, ideally you don't even have to mix. This is what I was saying earlier. You, my friend, have clearly not seen my 2 videos on why you don't need to master. We were just talking about this. Do yourself a favor and watch How to Not Master Parts 1 and 2. That's part 2. That's part 1. Because I don't master my tracks at all. They go out unmastered. There's no need. But it requires lots of other stuff beforehand. Mastering can't fix a bad mix, and mixing can't fix a bad sound choice or bad arrangement. So the GOAT is the sound choice and the arrangement, then the mix, and then you shouldn't have to do much mixing, and then ideally you shouldn't have to master either. Mining is fine until you hit bedrock, yes. What you're asking, Sayak? I really enjoy your mixing. As an amateur producer, learning a lot from you. Thank you. One question. Suppose you are using an RME interface and someone else is using a Focusrite interface. Doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. The interface itself will affect the playback sound quality a tiny amount, extremely tiny amount. Depending on who you ask, depends on if that amount is detectable or even matters. Basically, about 10 years ago, a company called Cirrus Logic, basically, they really mastered the art of the analog to digital converter and digital to analog converter. And then it went into mass production. Everyone used their chips. And since about 2013, 14-ish, we've had really good converters in even budget interfaces now. It's not really an issue at all. The second place it might affect you is the mic preamp, but again, that's only like compared to the source sound and the room that the sound is recorded in, the mic preamp is like about 5% of the total sound. So again, you're talking about tiny differences that would only matter to other engineers. So yes, is a Focusrite not giving you all the information? Maybe. Is it giving you all the information you need though? Yes, absolutely. The main reason I use RME is not for, I mean, they are great sound quality, don't get me wrong, but they support their drivers for decades, literally decades. You don't have to upgrade. So even though they're more expensive, they're actually cheaper in the long run. Also, they were the first people to suss out low latency Firewire on Windows. Prior to that, you had to buy an Apple to do that. Because they make their own chips, so they don't have to rely on third-party drivers, which couldn't do Firewire audio. They just made their own. Hello, Connor. My home studio is, yeah, you'll see my home studio on any of the shorts where I'm answering people's sound questions. Where I'm at right now is just a mini PC, RME Babyface, 32-inch 1440p monitor, a pair of KRK VXT6s, and a couple of IKEA tables put together. In fact, 3 IKEA tables, so I could put the monitor far enough away from myself. And I have sound traps up around me by Real Traps, which are just kind of rock wool filled blocks, squares. I've got some of them hung up. I've got some of them freestanding. And my home studio is not for, I mean, I can make decisions in this home studio now because my ears have had lots of training in better environments for many years. So I then have a proper studio that I go to for working with clients, where we take a little bit more care over the audio, not just throw it together like I do. Yeah, I have a proper studio that's dedicated, built for my equipment, which is my Adams P33s, and the whole room is separated from. It's a separated structure that's floating on, like rubber support things, and there's tons of rock wool in every wall and every corner, along with air gaps and stuff, properly worked out kind of thing. But when I'm at home, it's quite a simple setup, and I'm on HD25s right now. I'm not using the speakers. I'm on Sennheisers, good old Sennheisers. Hey, Nate G still on the 5-face 800. I've still got mine somewhere. Yep. I should probably sell them. I've got 2 Fireface 800s just knocking around. Maybe I've lent one out. I can't remember. Actually, I have lent one out, yes. Yeah, but I've got 2 Fireface 800s. Still going strong. After what? Over a decade? I can't even remember when I bought them. @13. If you want to tag someone, just press the @ key. Where that's at depends on whether you are an English, you have an English keyboard or not. And then press the @ key and then start typing the name. There you go. You've done it. That's a good question, Techem. Is there a subject in the same vein as how to not master that I haven't talked about yet or made a video on? Well, this is the video ideas list. Some of these have been made, but so there's lots to do. Excuse me. Yeah, lots to do. Still going. Yeah. The thing is with the videos, you know, because I've been doing it for so long, and some of my I don't know inherently what things I know that other people don't know that are surprising to them, if that makes sense. So obviously I had a clue about the How Not to Master series would be, I mean, I didn't know if it was going to be popular because, again, you're into geeky, nerdy audio territory, right? So it's not the biggest audience on YouTube compared to, say, you know, I'm comparing it to things like gaming or finance. So I didn't know if it would do well in that sense. I knew it would surprise some people because I've obviously met other engineers over the years that thought I was mental for not mastering things. And then every DJ I'd ever worked with that asked me what was on the master channel, and when I showed them nothing, they would just be in absolute shock. So obviously I had a clue that it was not the norm. Although I had obviously the longer you wait, the more people these days are talking about clipping and I did see a dubstep producer. In fact, I got tagged in an Instagram video recently where a dubstep producer was talking about not having anything on his master bus and reaching like -2 LUFS, something ridiculous. So yeah, it's obviously more common these days. So it's hard to tell. I don't really know. There's none of these that I can say are like absolute bangers. I didn't know the Frisian tech house scale thing would do well, or yeah, you just never know. I had a clue that as soon as I thought of the thumbnail for the one that said "We don't dance in stereo," I thought that might do quite well because it's quite a provocative title to the right type of engineer. But I also needed live engineers to actually chip in there because I needed more data on that, and I'm glad lots of people did. But yeah, hard to tell. I don't know if I've got any. You know, to me, I try to keep things really simple, so nothing feels like a hidden secret or anything like that. I suppose the fact that most people overthink things or overdo things is the secret. Who was asking about this chord progression earlier, by the way? I said I was going to go through it, didn't I? Anyway. I am going to do a video on this, actually. I've done 3 tracks now in what I would call the Wonder scale. You see up here, I've titled this one F Wonder. It's because it's not in F minor, it's not in F major, it's not in Dorian, Frisian, Mixolydian or Lydian. It's what I call the Wonder scale, which is almost a major flat 6, I think would be the term for it. But even then, it's not rigid. So, but there's a principle behind all these tracks which I really like the chords of. I'm definitely going to do a video on it. Again, what I call the dead mouse principle. When to do compression? Just don't. Don't compress. Unless you're using it as a side chain. That's my philosophy. Okay, here's the super effective rule of thumb on compression. So, first of all, don't. Second, if you're going to do side chaining, then compression with a side chain off the kick drum is one option, but that's not the same as compressing the signal itself. And third, if your source if the sound source is acoustic, like it's a guitar or it's a real drum kit or it's a vocal, and you've noticed that the waveform is really spiky, not like this. It would have to be even spikier than this. Every DAW's waveform display is different, so hard to give you an example unless you're also using Ableton. But actually, let me find an example. So I should be able to hear it without even looking at the waveform. Vintage breaks. Let's go number 6. Nope. 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 Maybe. No. Nope. Nope. Okay, there we go, straight away. The James Brown ripoff. They've called Brown Note. Cleverly. So, if you have a sound source like this, can you hear how much that snare jumps out above every other drum? hi-hats, kick drum. I like Joe's answer. We only do compression on the 31st of February. That's a good one. I'm nicking that one, Joe. Thank you. Don't sue me. So if you've got a thing like this, there's a decision you need to make, right? Is the spikiness of this drum stopping it from working in the track? Like, for example, if this drum loop was on top of lots of other parts of, lots of other music, a pad, a piano, a vocal, some other drums, and you want to be able to hear the whole break, but when you put it in your track, all you can hear is them snares jumping out, right? Then maybe we might compress, see if we can bring down the snares and then bring up the average level so you can hear the whole break. I might sidechain so it's only the snare frequencies. Otherwise the kick's getting caught in there too. Now that would be an extreme amount of compression, in my opinion. But this would be something you would be judging in context with, like I say, the rest of the music. If this was the purpose. Now, you also might like the sound of the fact that you might just like the sound of when the snare drum gets squashed, more of the rooms and the reverb comes up. Let's bypass. Obviously, you can hear you completely lose. Like I say, this is an extreme example, but we've lost the backbeat there, the snap of the snare. It's no longer that groove. It's no longer, it's more, it's more about everything else now. All the in-between notes, right? The ghost notes. It's more about that now. It's a different groove because we compressed it. So there's a decision there. Are you willing to lose the backbeat to make sure this break is more audible? Maybe the clap in your track already has the backbeat covered, so you don't need this snare to be as big as it is. So that would be an example of when I might compress, because it's an acoustic source, it's very spiky, and I need it to do a certain purpose in the track. Even then, you might have better options. Like you could just go in there and, especially in something like Ableton that makes it so easy, I might just be able to go in and do this. Just turn the volume down on the snares. So then I don't have to suffer any kind of compression artifacts, because compression does have artifacts, right? Yeah, do something like this. Which I've got much more control over. Whoops. Then I can choose my curves, and it's a bit more reliable, repeatable, etc., etc. And obviously, transient plugins. Again, I would always use a transient plugin first over a compressor for similar reasons, less damaging. But there are times when you want to use a compressor. Someone earlier, sorry, I've just remembered, asked, what do I think about the 1176? Which is a strange question. I know why you've asked it, but I'm just saying, if you think about the question in itself, it is a strange question. What do you think about the 1176 compressor? So it's a bit like asking Einstein. All right. Let me go back a minute. I'm not saying I'm on Einstein's level. I'm just saying it would be a bit like asking Einstein what he thinks of a certain model of biro pen or fountain pen of his day. I don't know. A Bic. Did Bics exist in Einstein's day? I'm quite sure they might have actually overlapped. Anyway, it's a bit like asking Einstein what he thinks of his pencil model. It's just a tool, right? Obviously, it's famous for a certain flavor. Where are we? Here we are. Blackface. Not that kind of blackface. The compressor. There's different versions of it. You see, don't cancel me. So let's just ignore these. So 1176 is famous for a few things. It's effect compressor, field effect transistor compressor, which means it's good at certain things, bad at others. It's a very snappy, aggressive. Again, if I was going for that smashed kind of flavor on this break, I would certainly reach for maybe one of these. If certainly more than an LA2A or what else would you say would be the famous one? The API maybe. Probably forgetting 1,000 compressors right now that I should be mentioning, but can you hear what it's done to the kick drum? It's murdered it. I wish there were side chains within this. Obviously, always best with the attack open, which on this compressor is in the opposite direction to every other compressor. Fastest attack always. I never change those settings. It's just basically about how much you drive it. But yeah, it's really good at that. And you can mix it back in. Not on the original unit, you can't. On this one, you can. It's phase linear, but yeah, it's good for aggressive, snappy. It's great on vocals. Again, if the vocal needs compressing. This one by Slate has the transformer modeling built in. So if you, even if you don't use the compression as much, where's the trimmer? Even if you don't just use the compression, you can drive the inputs. So you can drive the output transformer and get some really squishy transformer distortion. Again, not the best source to use this on. By the way, if you hear that type of distortion, when it really sounds like it's giving up, that's a sign that your source signal has a lot of subs in it. I bet if we put an EQ on this, you'll notice it goes down quite low. There it is. Crunch. So it's also good for that, not just the compression. I've seen a few shootouts. The Slate one fares quite well compared to the certain hardware units, not all of them. And again, there's different types though. There's the blue face, silver face, blue stripe, should I say, silver face. They all have their own things. Yep, Connor, DBX 160. I used to have that on my UAD collection. I'm not sure how theirs stacks up to the hardware, but again, yeah, came in useful for things like drums. The problem with the 1176 in general is, as Connor also mentions, the distressor. The distressor is kind of the more flexible 1176. So if you don't need that exact specific behavior and flavor, you usually get kind of better results out of a distressor. But yeah, again, because I'm in electronic music, I very rarely find myself compressing anything. And when I do, the good old free MJUC Junior, that does 90% of the jobs. It's laid out like an LA2A, so you'll need to adjust 2 knobs. It won't do the crunchy thing, but it will do a very nice job with the peaks in a very musical, rhythmic, groovy manner. So I usually I throw that works on vocals, that works on everything. And then when that doesn't do the job, Molot does the rest. Or Kotelnikov, or any of the other free ones. You can get to do this to do all sorts of. This will do the smack and the crunch, depending on what mode you find. It's got 10 different modes. There's one. I enjoy playing with the flavors on this one. Get rid of the knee. But that's a very flexible compressor. Again, always musical as well, I find. Never seems to go ugly. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't really like I say, if I've got a really aggressive, maybe a really aggressive rock vocal or snare drum, I would reach for 1176 sometimes. You have to use them for a long time to know them well. They do have their own quirks and foibles. Nothing I would say is essential to any kind of must have, or it's all nerdy engineer stuff. 1% different stuff. It's like you can get it out of anything if you really want. After releasing as many tracks as you, what order would you rate things in order of importance? Mixing, sound design, music theory, scales, to get tracks released. Well, the only thing you need to do to get a track release is release it. There's no barrier there. Everyone's on the same playing field now since digital distributors, and you no longer need a record label. Just release it. That's my first advice, because I release all my own things. Well, technically, my manager does the uploading and the admin for me. Bless him. Absolute savior. I don't know if I would be able to release as many tracks without Johnny, because the admin side of it's a lot of busy work, shall we say, and not exactly interesting work. More like admin. So, yeah, I mean, don't think there needs to be a minimum quality or something like that to release a track. That's up to the audience, and you only find that out by releasing it in the first place. So, this is the thing. One thing I can pass on as an experienced releaser is it's never really for you to judge. It's impossible to judge your own songs as obviously you'll have ones that you like more than others. Mathematically 50% of your ideas are below average, right? And 50% are above. So, in other words, they can't all be bangers. So, all you can do is just put everything out and see what happens. So, that's my first advice: is put as much stuff out as possible, even if you think it's not finished, because that's not up to you. Other engineers will tell you there's something wrong with your mix. Other musicians will tell you there's something wrong with your chords. Other producers will tell you there's something wrong with what you think the genre is, or something. I don't know. So, the track is always first, the emotion. So whatever you have to do to reach the emotion. So sometimes that is an engineering thing. Like, I think I always reference Timbaland for this. So, for Get Your Freak On, that sample of a tumbi, the Indian one-stringed instrument, right? I'm pretty sure I've got one here. One of those, right? So, do you think when Timbaland had I think it was a sample from a Roland that he had connected into the desk or the computer via the headphone output, which is not the high quality output, by the way. Do you think he was going for highest mix quality when he did? Obviously, it doesn't sound the same, but it's a different sample. But no, that sample on that record is extremely like bad. If you were to judge it in terms of engineer terms, right? It's not a good recording of a Tumby, and it's not mixed in particularly hi-fi way. But it stands out because of the choice of making a bold choice of making it sound kind of bad, right? So that's a deliberate decision, an emotional decision. This needs to sound a bit crap. I'm going to put it right at the beginning of the track. And everyone's going to know what the track is. Whether he knew that he had a smash hit on his hands ahead of time, who knows? But, you know, him and Missy were working together for a long time, and they're both very good, weren't they, at their thing? So, yeah, people think mixing means make it sound good. It doesn't. It means make it sound appropriate. So, as long as you can do that, again, I'll use the example of Pauser. So, I don't know if any of Pauser's stuff you would term sounds good. It sounds really lo-fi. It sounds old. Again, on purpose, in my opinion. And for that very reason, because it sounds completely different to every other Maupi, Medusa, name your DJ. Because it sounds completely different to every one of those. When it comes on in the club, everyone's like, wow, something fresh. They don't care that it doesn't have any low end or any top end. Or the drums aren't compressed, or it's just, you know, any other engineer or producer or whatever would say Pause's stuff sounds weak or something. I don't know. But yeah, it's you know, so that again, that's an appropriate sound. It's like, but the point is the emotional decision behind it, not what was done, not what EQ was used, not what compressor was used, blah blah blah, what desk, none of that. Again, I'll go back to Einstein. We don't ask Einstein what type of pencil he used. Okay? And you shouldn't ask Einstein what type of pencil he used. If you had the ability to interview him. That's not one of your questions, is it? Doesn't matter. Who wrote music should be released once complete? I actually disagree, Joe. I disagree with you there. Because for most people, complete is like perfect. So they will wait forever. Literally forever. They will never release because to most people, including myself, a track is never really complete. Because the paradox is you are improving every day. You're learning every day. Your ears are learning every day. You get fresh perspective after a good night's sleep every day. So every time I come back to a track of mine, there is always something to tweak. And if I didn't put my foot down and manually say, it's done, I don't care, just put it out, then that track would never be complete in like the true sense of the word. Art is never finished, it's only abandoned. I can't remember what the internet says that quote's from, but is it Picasso? Rembrandt? One of those. So yeah, I wouldn't say wait till it's complete. I would say wait till you can't really think of what else it might, need. And if you're paranoid that you think it needs something else, but you can't think of it, release it anyway. Because then you can always just release another version in the future that's got the thing you always wanted on it. Just do a re-release, VIP mix, whatever. Oh, Steve's come in with a hot topic here. You never signed a record based on how it was made, ever. What did you decide on, though, Steve? It wasn't sound quality, though, was it? Because you still sound a really good track that sounded rough. You would just send it to an engineer. Yeah, exactly, yeah. So you've said that. A lot of hits that were signed that sounded terrible. House Every Weekend. It's a bad mix. I don't care what anyone says. House Every Weekend. You know the one, right? David Zowie. So that's one of my go-to examples for big track. Big track. Sounds terrible. What else? Was it David Zowie? Sorry. I might be confusing him with I Took a Pill in Ibiza. Or was that also David Zowie? Anyway, those two tracks. Not good mixes. Doesn't matter. So yeah, emotional decision would be my answer to you, Jack. Just make the track as good as you can. You never know who will like what. But you only get to find out once you've released it. So put it out there. Pay your $20 to DistroKid or whatever. Start uploading tracks. You never know. The other piece of advice I would say is definitely just, even if they're not like done, finish them and put them out anyway, because the act of finishing a track itself is a learning process. You will learn lots just by finishing stuff. You'll make mistakes, like I just did the other week. My where is it? The track that got released the other week has a problem. So stutter went out, and I faded it out about 2 minutes 15. But the track wasn't actually finished at 2 minutes 15. I just had to try and make it around 2 minutes long. That was one of my viewers that told me this. So the track's about to fade out. But then it fades back in. And then shuts off abruptly. So you will make mistakes. We all make mistakes. That's my excuse. And you'll learn from those. I now know I have to keep a closer eye on my fade out markers for my tracks, because I know if I go back into that session, I'll have like a 30-second last drop or something, and I will have faded it here but kept the rest of the drop as and then I forgot that the fade goes back up automatically. So my bad. Have I got TV film syncs? Yes, we were talking about this earlier. I have had a few TV and film syncs. Yes. The first lot was through friend of a friend who was already making advert music, so I can't advise on like how to get into that because I was kind of lucky to know someone who knew someone. The second time was the DJ I worked for did a publishing deal, and the thing that came with the publishing deal was they were forced to sign up to Centric, which are a sync agency publisher people. I mean, I think they're a normal publisher as well, but Centric insisted I had to then sign because apparently if everyone insists on being published by different entities, then film companies don't like chasing up permission by, you know, separate companies. They'd rather it was all in one place. So for this specific handful of tracks I made for that artist, I had to sign a less than ideal contract for Centric just to make it easier for them to sync it. We almost actually last year got a sync deal for Lidl, the supermarket, which was going to be 50k for the UK. And they picked 2 tracks. We sent them about 30 tracks. That might have been the mistake. It might have sent them too many. They picked 2 tracks, said, yes, everything's great, we'll get back to you. And then about 6, 8, 10 months go by. People say they're chasing people. People say it's still in the works. Blah, 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 blah. And then the next thing I know, Martine McCutcheon or whatever, the old soap star, is on the next Lidl advert singing Gina G. Ooh, ah, just a little bit. So when I saw that, I know I suddenly knew we weren't being used anymore for Lidl. But it happens. Yeah, you need to find yourself a sync publisher or a publisher that's got a relation, or sign up with. There are websites which specifically are for libraries that sync publishers use to put on adverts, like library music kind of things. The problem with that route I see in the very near future is AI. AI is going to solve the sync thing so instead of paying a human 10 grand for a sync, 50 grand for a sync, if it doesn't need to be a human, AI is perfect for library music. Background of a car advert, film, generate me, obviously this isn't how you prompt a literal AI, but generate me a party background dance anthem with party ambience, people speaking over the top of the speakers and blah, 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 Put that in the background of the film instead of having to license a track which will get flagged by PRS and you have to pay royalties and all that kind of stuff. Library music is surely dead in the near future, in my opinion. So I'd be careful about specifically making music for sync purposes, is what I'm trying to say. Thanks, Cameron. Good night. Sorry if I missed you. Still catching up on the scrolling of the chat here. Oh, Joe's dealt with a little, have you? They get back to no one. Ben has created fade ups, not fade outs. Yes. New genre trend. Fake fade outs. I like it, Techno, as well. Yeah. Fake out. You could do it for extended DJ mixes. The DJ thinks the track's mixing out. But strangely, there's another minute on the timer. And then bang! Straight back in with the drop. Like one beat early or something. Call it the shock drop. Stealth shock drop or something. Fake fade out, fake mix out drop surprise. Some kind of acronym. We'll have to come up with something. Just to screw certain DJs. That would be the mix that you send the DJ you don't want to do well. Like the guy that's coming on after you at the club. Big like air horn of something at the end. Boiler room goes wild. I'm sure they would. It's like a pull-up, right? Pull up. Bit like one of those kind of DJ Clash techniques, but built into the mix itself. Yeah. Sayak tips on reverb. It's because he typed R3VA rave. Now there's a new effect we could invent. Reverb. A specific reverb for rave music. What would it be? It would have to be low budget, that for sure. Yamaha SX90 or something. Sample one of those. I'm pretty sure there's reverb. Tips on reverb. I've said everything I could possibly say in my reverb video already. I think I do have a video on it. So if you want to go and check it out in your own time. The thumbnail looks like that one. Real verb, fake verb. That's how I think about reverb. It's either real verb or fake verb. Go and check that one. Pacifier sounds. Reverb with a trance gate on it. That could work. Rave verb. Meant for stabs. I love a niche of a niche. Things get really easier to sell when you niche down to niche within a niche. Makes branding decisions a lot easier. Right, I've just realised it's 10:30. I said I might not even last till 10 because my throat is... I'm recovering from a chest infection. I don't know if I sound husky to you over the microphone. I nearly couldn't make the Calvin video because my throat was so bad. In fact, but we made it happen. So I'm going to rest my vocal cords and eat. If that's okay with you guys. If you have any lingering questions that I didn't answer, just throw them in the comments after the video gets uploaded on the live section. And I'll get back to you in the comments, if that's cool. And sorry to everyone I missed the question of. But that's also a thank you, because it means there's lots of you engaging. Yeah, I finished my pint of water as well, so I'm getting paranoid. Thank you, Red King. Yes, stay hydrated. And all of you, stay hydrated. Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Connor. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, Ishai. Ishai. Thank you, Cook. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Techum. As always, forever here. Seb, if you're still here as well, always around. Thank you, Abraham. Thank you, Jenkim. Space. Space, I do have a push 2. It's not plugged in right now. I don't use it that often. I don't use any of its kind of sequencing features, or it's just if I have to do something live where, you know, I need to tweak the parameters, multiple parameters like filters and things live, or I need to trigger things via pads. Obviously, drums always feel better being triggered by pad than they do keyboard. So I use it for very basic stuff. I'm not a proper pad producer like a beatmaker style. I do a lot more with the mouse, and I just use it as like another instrument, another MIDI input, basically MIDI input device. Nothing special about the. I mean, none of the specific features. So, yeah. Yes, Swish, you'll be able to watch this later. Thank you, Swish. Thank you, M. Thank you, Hendrix. Thank you, Mr. Hopkirk. Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Envy. Thank you, Fernando. And Sayek. Thank you. We'll go out on this one. My God, that feels slow. 116. Remember, the 31st of February. The only time we apply compression. Last one, guys. Thanks so much. Yep, this video will go up when I click end stream or shortly afterwards. I don't know if it takes a while to upload or do some kind of conversion or something. But it will be on the... it's not in the video section. It will be in the live section of the channel. So if you've got overhanging questions, go and put them below this video there. Night night.